Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Grand. How's things, Harry?
Not too bad, not too bad.
You're looking well, anyway.
Yes, we're here. Anyway, it's always a start, isn't it?
You know what? This is our second last meeting, our penultimate meeting.
Wild, isn't it? Isn't it unreal? I mean, just how quick the end came.
No. It was, we've been disrupted terribly between the COVID stuff has just knocked things
That's
out.
right.
Uh,
A whole lot of wee knocks along the way now, but sure,
we only had
that's
like
life.
we only had two months of kind of normality, kind of when we all could meet, really, hadn't we? Like,
That's right. And that was just sort of semi-normality because we were just sort of getting used again, getting bedded
or
in. And
yeah, we're good, you know. So.
then Nick pulled the rug from under us.
Chair, chair members, just please be advised that we are now live and broadcasting.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we're now recorded, and the meeting will be recorded and broadcast throughout Parliament buildings online, and you can use your mobile devices as long as they're in airplane mode and muted. I'd like to welcome you to the weekly meeting of the DAERA committee, and indeed to anyone who is listening in online. First item on the agenda, members, I don't have any apologies. Second item is the under chairperson's business. We have the EU Commission report on SPS checks. That's at page 8 of your pack. There's a reply from the department in response to our follow-up questions on the EU Commission's report in respect of SPS check compliance. The key points in the letter are as follows. The department reiterates that due to a lack of infrastructural and human resources, it has been unable to comply with the full range of checks required and has had to prioritise. The context in terms of the expectations of the checking regime is uncertain given the current ongoing protocol negotiations. The department will need to consider the outcome of the judicial in respect to the Minister's instruction to halt checks. The department began to set up a task and finish group to address the report recommendations, but given the uncertainty, this has not progressed. And you will note that the department has not provided any details on the actions taken on the report following its receipt by the Chief Veterinary Officer on the 4th of October, and has stated the report was not laid earlier in the Assembly Library as it was a draft, and the final report had not been sent to the department. However, it should be noted that it was the draft version of the report which was ultimately sent to the Assembly Library. Okay, members. If members have any comments or anything, please use our WhatsApp group facility here. And can I suggest that we respond to the department, highlighting the shortcomings in the department's reply and noting our disappointment at the quality of information provided and that does not provide adequate assurance about the department's handling of the report. Okay. Okay, members, the next item is Mid and East Antrim Council correspondence, Cabinet Office. Members, by way of update, Nick has been in further contact with Mid and East Antrim Borough Council to follow up on a recommendation that the council should write. The problem that the council should write to the Cabinet Office to clarify the potential threats to the port staff as of February 2021. The acting chief executive has advised that due to changes in and the unavailability of senior council management, the matter was not considered at his meeting on the 7th of March, but has provided assurance that this will be on the agenda for the full council meeting scheduled in April. Okay. Members, next item is new permanent secretary. We have received correspondence from the head of civil service to inform us that Katrina Godfrey has been appointed as the permanent secretary of the department and that the appointment will take effect from next month. And members, can I suggest that we write to Ms. Godfrey to wish her all of the best in her new post? Okay. Okay, members, draft minutes. The draft minutes are from the 10th of March are at page 11 of your pack. Can I seek agreement for those minutes? Okay. And moving on, number 4 then, matters arising from those minutes. Strategies necessitating executive approval. There's a bit of interference there, folks. I wonder if you are on mute, if you've gone to mute there until you're ready to speak. Perhaps just maybe the interference. All right, that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, remember, in terms of matters arising, One of the items is strategies necessitating executive approval. Members, at page 273 of your pack is a letter from the department regarding its strategies which may need executive approval for progression. Executive input and endorsement will be sought for the environment strategy, the green growth strategy, the peatland strategy, and the food strategy framework. The department has outlined that it can bring forward the future agriculture policy proposals and the rural policy framework independently. With respect to proposals for the eradication of bovine TB, the department had intended bringing this to the executive, but is currently assessing options given that the executive is no longer meeting. Okay, members, the next item is the Common Agriculture Policy Cross-Compliance Exemptions and Transitional Regulation Amendment EU Exit Regulation 2022. You'll recall the department asked us to consider the above regulations, and we expressed concern that local horticultural producers had not been notified of the future changes to the fruit and vegetable aid scheme that will come into effect. The department has confirmed that it has now updated local producer organisation and has assured the committee that it will continue to engage with the local horticultural stakeholders on future scheme changes. In this context, can I ask members that we are content that we respond to the department outlining that the committee is satisfied with the minister to give his consent to these regulations? Okay, members. Moving on here in item number 5, it's the ministerial briefing on the pressures facing the agri-food chain. You'll recall from last week's meeting that we agreed to ask the minister to join us to discuss the growing pressures within the local agri-food sector. The significant increase in costs driven by inflationary rises have, of course, been compounded as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which exacerbating immediate economic pressures and presents serious uncertainty for the months ahead. Members, of page 22 of your pack, you'll find a statement by the department advising the minister has engaged with ministerial counterparts across the UK to discuss the immediate and medium-term impact of the Ukraine situation on local food supplies. You'll note that the minister is now engaging with stakeholders locally in a bid to find appropriate mitigation measures for the sector. Relatedly, members, I am sure that you'll welcome the announcement by the department on Friday about the £2 million support scheme for the local pig farmers. As you'll be aware, the committee has had many conversations in recent months about the difficulties facing the local pork sector as a result of workforce shortages, and we wrote to the minister requesting immediate economic support for the industry last month. A briefing memo by the clerk is at page 20 of the pack and highlights some of key concerns which have been reported in the media recently, or the local agri-food sector and for the local agriculture sector and for consumers in general. I would like to welcome Minister Poots. You're very welcome for joining us this morning at such short notice. And again, I want to thank you and your officials for bringing forward the sports scheme to assist our local farmers. And it has been a concern of the committee for some time, and we welcome the announcement. So, Minister, if you'd like to maybe kick off there with your presentation or your comments you wish to make. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair and committee members, for the invitation. I appreciate the opportunity to brief you on the significant supply chain issues the agri-food sector is facing, particularly arising from the shocking ongoing conflict in Ukraine. And first thing I would say on that is that all of our sympathies are with the people of Ukraine, that Russia needs to get out of that country. There's no business being in that country. And Ukraine, as an independent country, needs to have that independence restored as quickly as possible. In the meantime, we have a role to help the Ukrainian people as much as possible. And then we have the other issues that affect us as a consequence of it. And the worsening humanitarian crisis in Ukraine and the devastation and destruction caused to its people is absolutely brutal. As you're aware, I met with my UK ministerial counterparts at an emergency meeting on Monday. We discussed the conflict and its immediate and medium-term impacts on food supply chains. During the meeting, I highlighted the impacts of the conflict in Northern Ireland's local agri-food industry. Given the importance of this issue, we plan to meet regularly to discuss developing impacts and seek solutions where that is possible. Whilst we obtain grains from across the world, Ukraine is a supplier of cereals to Northern Ireland, and consequently that has implications for chicken, pork and dairy industries in particular. In addition, Russia is one of the biggest suppliers of nitrogen fertiliser in the world, and if farmers don't get nitrogen fertiliser to spread on their crops, yields will decrease, and the consequence of that is significant. I think there's every possibility that we may have global food shortages and rising prices this year on the back of what is happening in Russia and Ukraine. We all need to recognise and realise the risks that are involved. Given the crucial role that both Russia and Ukraine play in global agri-food markets, I have grave concerns that the longer the conflict continues, the more likely we are to see a real and damaging impact on our local industries. There is no doubt with rising input costs such as energy, grain and fertiliser, farmers will need to be paid more for their products. This will ultimately lead to a significant increase in food prices, and we need to prepare for that. But in order to address the rise in input costs, an improvement in farm gate prices is ultimately required to offset those costs. But I wouldn't expect that to occur immediately. In the meantime, farmers have to carry these extra costs, and I'm concerned that this will substantially reduce their returns and cash flow, seriously affecting their livelihoods. And it's to that end that I have put a request to the Department of Finance for £70 million of support for the agri-food sector, and I trust that that will meet the support of this committee. The Northern Ireland agri-food sector has already undergone a period of severe disruption as a result of the COVID pandemic and unworkable complexities of the Northern Ireland Protocol. So alongside reductions in labour supply, rising input costs, supply chain disruption and concerns about long-running inflation, they're all combining to create that perfect storm. And I'm keen to support our agri-food industry by understanding their pressures, identifying what mitigations can be put in place. And this week I'm urgently arranging a series of meetings with a series of stakeholders to find out the challenges they're facing and what we are in government, or what we in government may be able to do to help. I believe there is an urgent need for national intervention to assist the pig sector. While the pig sector is the most acute concern, we must also be prepared to step in to help other sectors if output prices do not respond adequately or quickly enough to offset the large increases in input costs. In doing so, I've recently written to Secretary of State George Eustace MP, highlighting a range of issues that I believe require immediate attention to ensure food security and protect Northern Ireland's agri-food sector, urging them to ensure that inputs for agricultural production, both primary and processing, should be prioritised as far as possible. A call for a reduction in excise duty, given the huge rise in the cost of red diesel. Explore a limited suspension of the road transport fuel obligation, and pay particular concern for the huge pressures being faced by the agri-food sectors in Northern Ireland. I particularly asked the Secretary of State that given the sharp rise in input prices, what financial assistance is available from UK government, and what steps are the UK government taking to ensure the supply of agricultural inputs to Northern Ireland are secure. It is vital that we protect Northern Ireland's food supplies, making sure that everyone can access safe quality food at prices that are affordable. My department is committed to developing and implementing processes which aim to address issues which may affect the supply of food to Northern Ireland, including a long-term solution for food movements to Northern Ireland. In addition, my officials are implementing contingency plans where we can, in agreement with other relevant government departments, and we continue to refine current actions to ensure we are best prepared to respond to future food supply security issues. Thank you for the opportunity to brief you on this extremely important issue.
Thank you, Minister, for that for that presentation, and again for coming here this morning as well to update it. And certainly we can all identify with what you've been saying in terms of the dreadful humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, and also the knock-on for the sector here, given a reliance on Ukraine and and that area is effectively like a bread basket for a lot of Europe. So it's a big impact, first and foremost humanitarian impact, but also the wider knock-on impact. Minister, I suppose one of the things I want to just ask you there, the UFU made a call last week for an agri task force, to engage and look at how this issue should be addressed. What's your views on that proposal for an force for here?
Well, we had a group that met regularly to deal with issues around COVID, and given where we now are on COVID, it hasn't been meeting as often. So, our thoughts were, as opposed to reinventing the wheel, would be to reconstitute that, because it did cover all of the important areas of the food industry, both processing and primary and retail.
Yeah. And tell me, Minister, you mentioned the figure of 70 million. Has the department been engaged in, with, has it been costed? How's that been costed and worked out?
Well, our economists have been working on this and developed that, and it is difficult to know exactly what the cost pressures are going to be, but it is an official's piece of work at this stage. What I would say is that the pig sector in particular has been coming out of a difficult time and has had a poor period in terms of returns. Many people operating at a loss, and therefore a quick rise in the cost of their meal, which is by far their single biggest bill, without that same rise in actual pork prices, I believe would lead to pig farmers actually having to close their businesses, and that's not something where we need to be at this stage. UK is a large importer of pig produce, and therefore we need our local pig producers to sustain that regular supply to people. Nobody knows where we're going in the future in terms of the ability to import these materials. So the challenges for Denmark and Holland, which are also big pork producers, are the same as ours in terms of getting the raw materials and the cost of raw materials. So there may be a shortage of supply coming from those sources, and therefore that creates a problem in our local shops and supermarkets, where people want to go and buy some ham or bacon, which is very much it's a very well utilised food that people use on a very regular basis. So ensuring that our pork industry gets through the storm here and gets to the other side is very important. Equally, if you're looking at areas of high input costs, obviously the chicken sector is heavily reliant on both meal and gas, and those prices have both been affected disproportionately. And the dairy sector, to a lesser extent the beef sector, but the dairy sector uses large quantities of grain and also uses large quantities of fertiliser. So if you're seeing costs of fertiliser rising by close to 300% in some instances, nearly across the board actually, and the grain are rising rapidly, then those costs, input costs, are going to go up dramatically. And my observation has been that markets for dairy products have been increasing steadily over 4 or 5 months. So butter and cheese prices and so forth in the world auctions have been rising well. And I think that there has been the rise to the primary producer hasn't responded just as quickly. So I know that there was a reasonable lift for last month's milk, around 2 pence. But I think that there needs to be further significant lifts in that sector, and indeed the beef sector, to cover these immediate costs that farmers face. Because the one thing that's most current is fertiliser. Number one is your ability to get it. So a lot of the people who retail fertiliser are not taking orders. Yara, for example, Europe's biggest fertiliser producer, has stopped producing fertiliser because of the price of gas and its inability to get the phosphates and potashes that are needed, because most of them come from Belarus. And and that has led to a real crisis in the fertiliser market. Secondly, fertiliser suppliers are supplying on the basis that people pay either up front or by direct debit over the course of 3 months, and that's something farmers usually got a couple of months credit on. So this is a financial demand where people are having to pay out tens of thousands of pounds, which ordinarily they would have had a little more time to do it. So that's putting an increasing pressure on many farms across Northern Ireland. And the consequence of less fertiliser spread will be less crops. And this isn't just here, it's right across the world. So in UK, they're encouraging cereal farmers, for example, to reduce their inputs by 50 units. Canada, they're actually talking about not planting areas because they don't have enough fertiliser to support it. So that's the crisis that is taking place, not just here, but right across the world. The consequence of that will be less food coming onto the market. Of course, the fact that Ukraine isn't currently releasing food because it can't get out to the Black Sea, although I believe there is some train movement still into Poland, but that's limited. The fact that their produce, which we would normally be using at this time of the year, because corn, for example, around 40% of Northern Ireland's corn comes from Ukraine. And it's this time of year that we receive that corn because the Great Lakes in Canada are frozen. So it is difficult to get it out there. And that's particularly important for the dairy sector. That's not currently available from Ukraine. And going forward, what is the chances of Ukrainian farmers actually planting crop? And indeed, if they do plant that crop, what are the chances of that being available to the world market? Or if Russia is still in there, that almost certainly won't be available. So that is what we're facing. The consequence of it is wheat and grains are so important. It affects the price of bread, it affects the price of pork, chicken, dairy products, beer, pizzas, you name it. There's so many things that you will actually go, your breakfast cereals, that you will go to use will be affected badly by the price of grain. And I always have indicated that the price of oil is a major factor in costs in general, but the price of grain is also a major factor. We have lived with low grain prices across the world for decades, and we are moving into a different period.
Okay, thank you. Minister, just finally, before we move around the room here, Minister, see, obviously you identify the need for around £70 million, but you see, with the lack of a functioning executive, is it possible to get this? Is it possible to spend it? Do we not need like a cross-departmental response to these issues?
Well, obviously each department will get its allocation that it was getting last year in the absence of a budget being formed. But executive ministers have been dealing with emergency considerations by the right round process. I recognise that the absence of an executive is not a good situation for us to be in, but we also need to reflect on the reasons why we're there. And the European Union decided to ride a coach and horses through the Good Friday Agreement, in that you require the consent of both communities for issues of significant concern. And there is an issue of significant concern that's currently before us, and that's the checks that the European Union is insisting on being put in place. So, if they're not going to respect the institutions established by the Good Friday Agreement and the peace deal that was established as a result, then that is obviously going to cause significant problems, and thus the circumstances we find ourselves in, by no means ideal. I don't want to be in the circumstance that we're currently in, but unless the European Union actually wakes up and smells the coffee, recognises the damage that it's doing to the peace process in Northern Ireland, unfortunately, that circumstance is going to continue to prevail.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to move around to Patsy. Patsy? Maybe a mute there, Patsy?
Sorry, I thought somebody else was controlling it this morning. Thanks very much, Chair, and good to see you, Minister. And just probably the issues in Ukraine will obviously be affecting a whole lot of us, and our hearts go out to those people. And it's a shame we can't do more for them. But I would have to say, just in regard to the Minister's last point, I'm sure the EU and its focus will be elsewhere at the moment, trying to preserve peace and trying to support people in Ukraine who are faced with the Russian aggression. And I really don't think in relation to Britain and the invoking of Article 16, I would say that's pretty much down Britain's pecking order at the moment as they seek to work more collaboratively with the rest of the EU. But could I ask the Minister, in terms of sourcing, because there are a number of, everything has a domino effect right down to, as you rightly said, Minister, the loaf on the shelves or cereal that we eat in the morning. In terms of the fertiliser, are there potential alternative sources of fertiliser that may be in the offing from other parts of the world? That's the first thing. And the second thing equally applies to the grain, because I was listening to the radio the other morning, and a big concern is that even if things settle in Ukraine, or if they don't settle in Ukraine, a lot of the farmers are away off, have been called up as reserve soldiers, and they're away off fighting for their country and trying to defend their country as well. So even if things were to settle now, a lot of those farmers who were involved in the farming sectors have been otherwise deployed in their own country, trying to defend their own country. So that will take quite a while to settle. And so the first thing is alternative sources for either fertiliser or grain. But leading on from that will be, I suppose, a bit of reflection or self-reflection among many countries about their ability to be self-sufficient, or I should say more self-sufficient, which brings me on to another ancillary problem with that, and that's one that has been, I'm sure you're well aware of it, Minister, because you're well across your agriculture brief there, and that is one of agricultural contractors and the implications of fuel, but particularly travelling from one location to another with red diesel to carry out that effect. So there are a number of questions in there, Minister. I'd be happy if you could give me your insights into them, please, as to what the options are, and in fact, if there are any solutions emerging, either part or whole, on the horizon for us.
In terms of grain, we were probably in the more fortunate circumstance where we were less reliant on Ukraine than perhaps many other countries. So North America would be a greater source of grain supply to Northern Ireland. Now, I'll just give you some context. We import in around 1.3, 1.4 million tonnes of grain every year. Soybean would mainly come from South America. South America's harvest wasn't particularly good last year, which doesn't help circumstances. And we, indicated earlier on that one of the problems is that in North America there is farmers who are not going to plant areas of land because they haven't got sufficient fertiliser. Now, in some respects, a fertiliser issue for Northern Ireland, because we have an abundance of animal nutrients, is not as big a problem as it is for other places. Now, it is still a big problem here because, particularly with nitrogen, we do need to augment those animal nutrients, but we can utilise them, and the low emission spreading equipment actually will be very helpful in ensuring better utilisation of it. We can utilise our animal nutrients better, and that's something which we have been encouraging in any event, because it will help our environmental side and particularly our waterways if we do. But we still need fertiliser, but the problem we have is less than what it would be for big cereal growing areas. Those big prairies in Canada, where they're absolutely reliant on fertiliser. So the consequence of Canada growing less, the consequence of areas in East Anglia and using less fertiliser, is going to be less grain in the world. That's just reality. So even if Ukraine was supplying everything that it normally supplied, which it almost certainly won't. The issue about fertiliser is a significant issue in its own right, which will affect grain markets. And whilst that will drive costs of all food production up here and will drive the cost of food up, I'll ask you to reflect on this. We spend around 15% of our gross income on food. Places like Egypt spend 50% of their gross income on food. And they are absolutely reliant on the import of grains to provide them with that food because they can't do it themselves. A population of 120 million, I believe. The consequences for countries in Africa is just unreal. So there's many countries are going to be in a circumstance where either they can't get the food or the food is unaffordable. And that is an awful circumstance that exists. Now, we're looking at should we be growing more grain in Northern Ireland? And that's a difficult one to answer. And I know that my colleague in the south of Ireland is encouraging farmers to grow grain, and I'm not ruling that out. But if you cannot get the adequate supplies to grow grain right, and you're growing a poor yielding crop, you're not really helping the problem. So unless farmers can get the tools to actually, the materials, the inputs to produce the right product, we need to be cautious maybe about encouraging them to grow grain. Nonetheless, instinctively I think that we could do more on that front. Mm-hmm. But we do need to see if we can get fertiliser. Dear fertiliser, I suppose, if the cereals are dear, will cover itself, and that's a business choice for farmers to make.
And then the issue of the red diesel and contractors,
yeah.
Edwin.
The red diesel contractors moving from farm to farm won't have to clear their tanks to do that. So if someone's cutting silage, as they do, and they move 6 or 7 miles down the road to another farm to do that, it shouldn't be, there should be no checks on that, because that's should that tractor then remove the silage trailer and put on a low loader to shift the digger from a building site to another building site, then yes, it does have to flush it out. So we've been asking the government to defer this. Now, one of the problems that we currently have is that there are quite limited supplies of red diesel actually in Northern Ireland at the minute, because people have been preparing for this. So if all of a sudden the government said actually we're not going to push this thing on red diesel now, I think you'd find that would struggle to get the supplies that would be needed. But in any event, I think it'd be a perfectly reasonable thing for the government to rebate white diesel that would be going to these companies that have been forced down this particular route at this point in time, because there's huge knock-on effects, not just for agriculture, the construction sector in particular. You're probably looking at around, people are suggesting £7,000, £8,000, £9,000 a house. Now, we're actually encouraging good quality house building because it's part of meeting our environmental footprint and reducing our carbon footprint, is to have houses which are well insulated. But this type of thing is making it actually harder to do that. So I think having a rebate for a period of time could be for the first year at 100%, or even for 6 months at 100%, then maybe tailing down to 50%, to allow people some time to resolve that would be one thing. But the other thing, that there is an element of duty on red diesel, and as a consequence of the vast price rise there has been, obviously government has taken a much more significant tax take on red diesel as well. So they could do more to reduce those costs.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Minister, and good to see you again.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move over to Rosemary, down from Anna.
Yeah, thank you, Minister, for your update there this morning. Minister, I have two questions. The first one, actually, I want to go back a little bit and probe you on the 70 million support that you're looking for, and it's in relation to small-time contractors. For example, I'm sure you're maybe familiar with many agricultural people in the West, the agricultural sector. They have a small farm and they would do a bit of agricultural contracting in the evening times or during the daytime when they get cleared up, etc., etc. Now, I have had two small-time contractors this week come to me very, very concerned about the hardship they are suffering in relation to the diesel price rises. For example, they're doing the contracting. They have to wait 3 months, as you spoke earlier about, until they're paid. And indeed, with the prices that they're paying now, they can't afford to wait the time. And there is a very serious situation with those small part-time contractors. And I'm wondering, is there any support or help out there for them? Or
Well,
have you considered them in your equation?
yeah. I know the boys from Fermanagh aren't a bit slow, and they'll be working at everything to get a few extra pounds. So the contracting as well as their other job, I'm not surprised. Good hard working people, Rosemary, and all credit to them for that. But the challenges, I suppose, around the diesel one. Another element of it is that the oil companies are giving shorter credits in their diesel as well. So normally you could maybe get maybe 6 weeks credit. That's been pulled way back maybe to a couple of weeks. So there's pressures being applied there as well. I believe that most contractors will probably demand that farmers supply them with the diesel. Certainly for the silage cutting, because that has been common. But for the slurry spreading and so forth, it hasn't been so common. So again, that's going to lead to the shorter credit that a contractor will give a farmer, and all of these things is going to just keep piling the pressure onto the farmer. So I will say this: the banks would appear to be more relaxed about the situation than perhaps others, in that they think that the prices at a point will cover the costs, but it will take a bit of space in between. So I think it'd be important to get the banks on board with the industry, to allow a degree of flexibility for that to happen. On the 70 million at this point, it is entirely formative. We recognise that the pig industry is in a very severe situation. We recognise that the fertiliser issue is a big problem for people meeting that right now. Could we look at options, for example, of loans? It's not something that the government engages in much. If I was to get that amount of money, how could I distribute that as fairly as possible, as quickly as possible? So, using the single farm payment method, maybe one method of doing it, but then we would need to be looking at how we could support those sectors which don't benefit much from single farm payment. So the pork and poultry sector in particular, and indeed what's the impact for the potato sector, because they use a lot of fertilizer and they use a lot of potatoes, or they use a lot of diesel in terms of their work. And the other element of the potato sector that we have pressing with George Eustace is that as we have sorted out grain coming into Northern Ireland from Great Britain, can we get seed potatoes in? Because this is running into another year of not being able to obtain seed potatoes, and therefore the quality of seed being used in Northern Ireland isn't as good. Consequence of that is again poorer crops. So, I'm pressing George Eustace to actually do something on that front. to ensure that potato farmers can buy that high quality seed from Scotland in the main, and the Scottish Minister is very supportive of me on this.
Yeah. So, Minister, for those small contractors, that there will be some, you will include them in looking at them in relation to that 70 million support that you're
Uh,
speaking.
I'm not sure what mechanism we could use to do that, Rosemary, because we don't have a list of contractors, and I expect that the best way to support the contractor is to support the farmer, and the farmer being able to pay his bill to the contractors. So it's challenging, but finding means of ensuring, because the biggest issue in farming is always having the money at the time that you need the money. Most farms can pay their bills at some point, but manage that. The dairy sector gets a check every month. A beef farmer might only get a couple of checks in the year. So it's much more challenging to actually have the money when you actually need it. And I know that will be a problem for many farms currently, that their expectation was, well, don't have to pay that bill to May or June or July, but a lot of those bills are actually having to be paid right now.
Yeah, thank you. And Minister, just one other question. I'm sure you've read the morning papers in relation to the article in Belfast Telegraph about Kilroot Power Station and the Russian coal that it imports. Is there, and I know they import this Russian coal because of the low sulfur and the air pollution that would be associated if they import other coal. Has any thought been given to yourself because of yourself and Minister Lyons working together, because NIEA are involved, yourself and Minister Lyons working together to try and source coal from some other place other than Russia for Kilroot Power Station?
Yeah, they can source coal from South America, but it's not as low as sulfur. So
Yeah,
actually getting the coal is less of the issue. You can get coal at a price. But all of this is a move backwards, because Kilroot was running entirely on gas. And that is a cleaner form. It's a fossil fuel, but it's a considerably cleaner form of energy than coal. So moving backwards to use Russian coal because of the cost wasn't good. To then use coal which is higher sulfur output is even worse. But these are the impacts of a present crisis. That's the reality. There is a crisis in this world, and these are the impacts of that crisis.
yeah. So, do you think then that Kilroot will move to maybe using I use the word dirtier coal again, or will they still continue to use the Russian coal?
Um, uh, that's all down to the government, the sanctions that's imposed upon Russia. And if the UK government says there's no coal coming from Russia, there's no coal coming from Russia. Kilroot doesn't have any choice in it. I don't have any choice in it. So that's the circumstance. My opinion, we should be sanctioning everything that's coming from Russia, including its gas and oil. Now, that would obviously have a severe impact on many countries, including our own, because if Germany have to source that gas elsewhere, then there's a knock-on effect. But nonetheless, sanctioning oligarchs is not going to cut the mustard with Vladimir Putin, because those people will have any amount of money available and accessible to them, and ultimately that other money will have to be released by government at some stage. So that's not going to make any real difference to Vladimir Putin. But the day that he rolled his tanks into Ukraine, Russia increased its income because gas and oil prices went up. So if you want to hit Putin and you're not prepared to do it militarily, then the only place to hit him is in the pocket, and we're not really doing that as things stand. So that is just the reality of the crisis that we live in. if we have to burn dirtier coal for a number of months or even a short number of years to get the world a bit more regularised and get gas from other sources of the United States of America, then that's what has to happen.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Minister.
Oh, what, William?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and can I thank the Minister for meeting us at such short notice. I suppose we face a perfect storm, Minister. I suppose in reality all sectors of agriculture is going to be affected to a lesser or more degree. In relation to fertiliser before the war started had already risen to record levels, but this last couple of weeks the issue is that fertiliser has almost doubled in price again. So it's leaving fertiliser at levels for most people, not most people, but large sector can't afford to pay for the price. You do say that this will affect yields, it will affect silage crops, it will affect a lot. Is there any sign of more fertiliser? We're told the fertiliser is not available in some circumstances. Are you aware that this fertiliser can be made available, or is it going to remain very scarce?
Well, I suppose the one thing, if you follow the price of the barrel of oil, it has reduced from its high. And it's reduced by a decent amount, which hasn't been reflected in the price of diesel and petrol at the pumps, or indeed home heating oil. And I'd hope that will soon be reflected. I think if people stop panic buying, then that would be a good thing, and perhaps prices would settle a bit. But that has obviously led to a drop off in gas prices as well. Now, as indicated, I believe DAERA had stopped producing there, or intended to stop producing because of the price of gas. It was basically going to lead to fertiliser prices at £1,000 a tonne. Now, a few years ago, fertiliser you could have bought quite a number of compounds for a little over £200 a tonne. So, that's just the brutal reality of that additional cost that's being passed on to the farm, and the farm cannot absorb that, so that's going to be passed on to others. So what we are hoping that with the drop in gas prices is that they will be able to produce fertiliser once again, and that would be a help. But there's certainly, I suppose there's a bit of panic buying on fertiliser now as well. A lot of people have held up buying fertiliser because it was so dear in the autumn time that they normally would have bought. All the indications were that there was going to be a bit of a drop in prices, and then this war happened, and the opposite has been the case. So there isn't going to be cheap fertiliser. The question is there going to be fertiliser? There will be some fertiliser at a price. Will it meet everybody's needs? I have my doubts.
I'm aware that there's some merchants not even quoting on price at the moment because they're not sure of the availability. In relation to the big retailers, I mean, I'm aware of vegetable growers, potato growers try to negotiate with retailers, and retailers are offering them 10% of an increase, while their inputs are probably up 50, 60, 70%. And they seem to be having a struggle with retailers. They can't get retailers to grasp the gravity of the situation, so they have to make a decision what crops they're going to grow for this year, and can't get any joy from the retailers in relation to price increases. You're aware of that situation, I'm sure?
Yeah, we've already raised it with the UK government, who are in more direct contact with retailers, but we will be, and over the course of the next number of days and weeks, we're contacting all of the groups, including retailers, about the circumstances. To say this, retailers have used locally grown vegetables as a loss leader for many years, and the consequence of that is that people have had to put in, large quantities of goods to get very modest returns. And there isn't the capacity within the vegetable growing sector, who again use considerable amounts of diesel and fertiliser, and the land costs have went up on them because, farmers are trying to keep their land because they're going to grow less grass for themselves. So all of their costs are heading upwards, and heading upwards dramatically. And no disrespect to retailers, a 10% increase is an insult. Now, there's no point in having, a fair trade on coffee coming from, West Africa if you can't have fair trade here at home. And to ask people to go out and grow vegetables and potatoes at what they're offering them is ridiculous. So they really do need to offer decent prices. The pork thing, that just can't go on. What pig farmers have been receiving over the course of the last year is entirely unacceptable. The other sectors have been struggling big time over the course of the last year, and people have seen an uplift in prices, but the uplift in costs have been very, very significant over the last year, and retailers don't have to pass this on to the consumers, by the way, because the cost of food to consumers, the primary producer element of it, is the smallest part of it, yet it's the most expensive part. The people who are taking the profits out of this is, number one, the retailers, number two, the processors, and number three, the primary producer. But the retailer can do an awful lot more to help both the consumer and the farmer, and perhaps ensure that continuity of supply is there and the food is on the shelves. But if they keep trying to squeeze the costs down on farmers when the inputs are going up, all that'll do is lead to bankruptcies, and we don't want to see that.
Minister, is there not a danger that there'll be some varieties of food not available in the shop, on the shelves, if something doesn't happen to give people a margin that they can produce the food?
Well, we've already seen an element of that during COVID, and I'm no prophet, but we recognise that if input costs are being driven up to the point where people actually use less inputs, including some not being available, and that leads to a significant reduction in the amount of cereals that are available. The chicken companies are going to be putting less birds in. There's going to be less chicken available. Pork companies will be not able to support the same number of pigs, because there's going to be an absolute battle across the world to buy this grain. And the battle that will be had will be between people who are feeding animals here and people who are feeding people in Africa. So that's not a great place to be in. If there is a grain shortage across the world, and it's hard to see that there isn't going to be a grain shortage across the world, the consequences of that are brutal. And, that leads to people having less choice in the shelves here in the UK, but if we can afford food, we'll be in a much more privileged position than many people in other parts of the world.
Okay.
One final issue, and you've touched on, that's the red diesel issue. In my constituency, we have a number of quarry owners in the border regions. They're going to have a massive increase in their inputs. It's going to put them at a big disadvantage with their neighbours 3 or 4 miles away across the border, who still availability of green diesel for their businesses. So I had 2 different quarry owners. One said it could mean 40 or 50,000 a month to them. The other was 30-odd thousand a month. So it's the impact. There's going to be large increases in materials. Can yourself and all the ministers work together to put as much pressure on the HMRC and the government to deal with this issue?
The answer is yes. We haven't had much of a positive response from HMRC at this point, but I totally recognise what the issue the member raises. and it creates a real disparity in the border areas in particular.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a few more questioners here. Harry?
Thank you very much, Chair, and good to see you, Minister. And first of all, I'd welcome the support from yourself for the pig sector and the fuel. Yes, we are mindful that that is a Westminster issue, and continue lobbying our MPs on that. We are getting somewhere, but it's not far enough at present. Minister, in terms of percentage loss, when would it be that fertiliser wouldn't actually be worth its money? I know if it just keeps getting more and more expensive, but I'm thinking of a percentage loss of yield. Without fertiliser, would there be a time when you would just have to say, look, we can do as well without it? Or are there any other methods to enhance growth or soil health that some of the departments are working on at present? Thank you.
Well, DAERA encouraging farmers, cereal farmers in GB to go down from 150 units of fertiliser, I believe per acre, to 100 units, because the crop loss that takes place in that is considerably less than if they were to go down to 50 units. Then it drops dramatically, so it does, and you really get a pathetic crop at that stage. So they're encouraging farmers to actually reduce by that amount, and then it sort of it spreads the loss a bit, so that they have a loss on all of their acreage, but if they don't get the adequate fertiliser, then the loss would actually be extreme. So they don't want to have extremely poor crops. They want to encourage a reasonable crop, but nobody's looking at bumper harvest this year.
And Minister, in terms of fuel, what about biomethane? Are there any ways we can encourage more of that this time?
Well, biomethane is an opportunity. It is not a well enough developed opportunity at this point. So, New Holland, for example, are producing biomethane tractors, and I know that locally some people have been looking at them, and I think there's still work to do to satisfy themselves that is the right way forward. It is something which almost certainly will be the case in 10 years' time. Apparently they're a bit, I can say this to you because you have a mechanical background, apparently they're very sore on the spark plugs, and the head will need replaced on the engine every couple of years, which isn't that attractive whenever you can currently buy tractors that the heads will last for decades. So
they'll probably run at a higher temperature, I would imagine.
I could probably do. JCB are producing hydrogen machinery now, but the availability of hydrogen isn't currently there. So those issues, this is what has to be done as we move away from fossil fuels, and will be done. And we will, have vast improvements on the biomethane vehicles, because I know the trucks are running quite well on the biomethane, and the tractors should be able to do the same. But as we move away from fossil fuels, certainly that is the way to go. But that's not going to help us currently, because the market just hasn't reached that point where it's going to make any significant difference.
And you'd agree with me, Minister, we are a food producing nation, so we need to do all we can at present to encourage our farmers to grow and produce and whatever off our lands.
We're a very privileged people, and we should recognise that and be thankful for the circumstances that we find ourselves in, because I believe that Ireland, I think, is perhaps the most self-sufficient country in the world for food. It's right up there, and United Kingdom is in the top 20. So we are in a circumstance where there is a lot of food that we use is locally produced, and throughout the whole debate on climate change, I was arguing every time that this is something which we should cherish. It was to our advantage.
Yeah.
And, I would hate to be living in a country, and I referred to Egypt earlier on, and I've been to Egypt and I've seen the poverty in that country. I would hate to be living in a country where you were so reliant on food imports and not sure whether that food was going to be available. That would be an awful position to be in, that government.
Yep, you're right. It is healthy wee country. Yes, thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair.
Then on, Harry. Okay, Claire.
Thanks, Chair. Good to see you, Minister. Back in the DAERA seat. You're still as Education Minister this week as well.
Yes.
Busy week.
Multitasker.
Busy week.
Folks can do it too.
Man of all trades. But listen, Minister, you expressed at the start there, obviously, your grave concerns. The longer that this goes on, the bigger the impact on the sector, of course. I think we all share that one. But I'm wondering if you've had any discussions about, any further impacts if this war is escalated, and has that been assessed?
Well, the immediate impact is on energy. The second impact is on food, and the third impact is on the environment. Because, we've seen the cost of energy rocket, and fertilizer goes along with energy, so it's rocketed, and consequently food prices will have to go up in association with that. And that leads to a significant problem for people. Most people in Northern Ireland will just have to do with less on some other front. But there's going to be a sector of people in Northern Ireland who can't afford this, who are struggling to afford the money to provide heat in their homes already, who were struggling already to be able to put food on the table. So it's not my department, it's the Department for Communities, but nonetheless, we do need to be cognizant of the fact that people who have been hard pressed over this winter and for longer, in terms of being able to make ends meet, are every week you go into the shops, the prices are up. Something has went up in price virtually every week. So whatever your food basket is, it's getting dearer all the time, or you're getting less for the amount of money you have. So particularly those people who are on a fixed income, which is a low income, we need to be really concerned about that. As listening about a food bank, for example, in Balmoney there about a month ago, I heard it on the radio, and somebody had said to the people in the food bank, would these people not go and get themselves a job? And the response from the person who run the food bank was that actually 68% of the people who come here have a job. So the working poor are really struggling with that particular issue. So this is something for all of us in government to get our heads around, because this is a crisis. Let's be very clear. This is a crisis. It'll be a worse crisis for many others, but we have our own crises to deal with here as well.
Thanks, Minister. I'm very well aware of the working poor. I mean, most of the food banks that we would deal with at a constituency level would be people who are in work, and I'm, issuing them with food bank vouchers from a constituency level very, very regularly. But I think just until recently, most people in Northern Ireland wouldn't be aware that Ukraine would, as we all know it now, is the food basket of Europe. I'm wondering, so the impacts that's happening there is having that impact on our trade imports. What other countries do we have significant imports with for the agri-food sector?
North and South America for a lot of the grains. Fertilizer would be largely European, but that all goes back to or a lot of it goes back to Russia and Belarus, so that has its impact there. So fertilizer and grain. The other is fuels, and actually a lot of diesel comes from Russia. Around 20% of the diesel used in UK, I believe, comes from Russia. So there's a displacement there. So, we live in a global world, but Ukraine itself, if something had just happened in Ukraine, that the harvest had failed, we could probably cope with that. But it's the fact that Ukraine and Russia together were taking out not just the food that's coming from Ukraine, but the oil, gas and fertilizer that's coming from Russia has a whole entirely different knock-on impact. So you're getting a double whammy as such.
So it's North and South America and Europe then would be our other big trade import sector?
Yeah, for inputs into Agri-Food, yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you. I'm sure you're aware, but we're going to be hearing from Sir Peter Kendall on his strategic review of the sector later on for committee, and he'll be talking then about obviously he highlighted the impacts on the environment, climate, the impacts of Brexit, and access to workers, trade deals, land use, soil quality, ammonia, and now we've got war to add on that. And I'm wondering to see the current Ukrainian crisis is having the biggest impact, I suppose, for pig feed and fertilizers. Do you know how many pigs we have in Northern Ireland?
Offhand, I can't give you the figure, but we can get that supplied to you. But I do know that we import 1.3, 1.4 million tons of grain each year in that ballpark. And that would mainly be pig, chicken and dairy industries that are receiving that product. Pigs would use more barley, poultry would use more wheat, and the dairy rations would use quite a lot of maize and corn. So the maize and corn would generally come from North America, from Canada, except this time of the year it comes from Ukraine because Canada, and they won't that won't be available until April again. Soybean that's used is generally coming from South America.
Sorry, but even would you have just an approximate figure? I don't look exact numbers, but even just approximately, how many pigs we would have?
I think Seamus is on with us now. I'm not sure he's a good man with statistics, so I don't want to give out a false figure. But have you any idea, Seamus?
Unfortunately, I don't have off the top of my head, and I don't want to give a wrong figure either. But I can look this up and maybe come back in a couple of minutes.
We'll have it because we'll have a census out every year. So the figures are there. So if Seamus gets that before the end of the meeting, we'll get it for you, Claire.
Thank you. Just a wee last one then. You made mention there of retailers not having to pass costs on to consumers, which I think is just right as well, and very interested in what you said there. But I'm wondering what you feel might be needed to prevent retailers passing costs on to consumers while still paying farmers a fair price for their produce.
Well, if you look at the profitability of farming and you look at the profitability of retail, like the supermarkets have done well out of COVID. Let's be very honest.
Yep.
So, if people are recording, billion plus profits, or companies are recording billion plus profits, they should be managing that pain that is going to come to the consumer by taking a lesser cut at it and ensuring that the people who are producing it can remain profitable, because people aren't looking to make super profits at farming. It is a way of life, and people will work long hours to do what they do because they like doing it. That's part of a family tradition. But they do need profit, and they do need to be able to pay their own energy bills and their own costs, and to provide food for their own families. So they do need to make a living at it, and it's for the big retailers to ensure that they do receive an appropriate price, but they can't pass all of the costs on to the consumer. Eventually, fertilizer prices will come down again. Eventually, grain prices will come down again, and at that point, the primary producer price will reflect that. But I don't believe that the supermarkets should be passing all of that pain onto the consumer at this stage.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. And you made mention there about people already struggling to heat their eat, and we know that the fossil fuel companies make huge profits that they're passing on to their shareholders, when the retailers are making huge profits as well, and those costs are hitting the most at risk. But is there anything that we as a regional assembly can do to make sure that those costs aren't passed on, or is it simply just asking the corporations not to do so?
Well, there has been, the grocery adjudicator, which is UK based. To this point, I don't believe that it's been at all effective, and I think they could actually show their worth at this stage and demonstrate that they are being effective in terms of, because it is quite a monopolised industry. You have 3-4 really big companies who sweep up all of this. I think at one stage, one company was listing about £1 in every 8 in retail, in across the UK, which demonstrates how powerful a buying lobby they are. So whenever they go to one of the vegetable farmers that William was referring to there, and he or she thinks that they've got a lot of cabbages to sell, it's only a drop in the ocean to what they buy. So they just say, listen, if you don't supply it to us for that price, we can get it somewhere else. And
Minister, I'm well aware. I'm well aware. I'm just asking if there's anything that we can be doing or looking at to try and mitigate against that being passed on to those who we know are already struggling.
I think it's the national government and the grocery adjudicator that we need to be putting the pressure on at this stage, and we've already I'm already speaking to my UK ministerial colleagues. This issue's already been raised with supermarkets, and hopefully there will be that reflection when it comes to passing on those costs from the farmers to the supermarkets, that they will respond reasonably and quickly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the last question is to John Blair.
Chair, thank you. Thank you, Minister, for the information provided. You've covered quite a bit of what I might have asked, but when we're on the subject of profits, I think I have to make the comment that the profits of the supermarkets can hardly be mentioned without mentioning also, in the context of this conversation, the profits of the oil companies. But separate to that, can I ask, given that we've covered the issue around finances and income and the hit on farms, as well as every household in Northern Ireland, pretty comprehensively, can the Minister, Chair, inform us on the level and frequency of conversations with DAERA, and also if there are indications that those conversations with DAERA have input from the Foreign Office, because obviously all of these are crucial and joined up conversations around unfolding events?
Yeah, I had an IMG with DAERA last week. We've been corresponding with them, and I'm hoping to do a telephone call this week with George Eustace. He will be in Northern Ireland next week, so there is a regular exchange, both at very regular exchange at official level and indeed at ministerial level. So that is happening. Obviously, our members of Parliament are lobbying extensively at Westminster through that source as well. So, Her Majesty's government is well aware of the issues. The issues here are not that different from they are in many other regions across the United Kingdom. We would probably be a bit more exposed because of the scale of our agri-food industry, compared to many other industries. So it's important that we keep going back and ensuring that they have an understanding and that we'll have a response on these issues.
Okay, but I take it, Minister, it's fair to assume that if events were to change dramatically, the departments would be in touch fairly swiftly to update each other, yeah?
Yeah, well, really, it's for Her Majesty's government during COVID to set up COBRA meetings where the appropriate ministers were invited to attend those. And were things to change dramatically, I've no doubt that they would do the same again.
Okay.
Deal with the current crisis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay then. Well, finally, Minister, I want to thank you very much for coming here this morning, short notice, and also want to take this is our penultimate meeting here before the end of the mandate, and want to just take the opportunity to thank you for engagement during the past number of years as well, and I want to pass on that thanks to your officials, people in the private office, and your special advisor, and everyone involved over the past number of years. And in fairness to you, whenever you come before us here, you're very generous for your time and all. And we've actually overshot by over half an hour here this morning, and that's testimony to it. So I want to just thank you for your engagement and your cooperation during the past number of years. And
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank the committee for the engagement. I think we've achieved quite a bit, both in agriculture, environment, and rural affairs. So I think there's been quite a lot of achievement, across all areas. We have had managed a good fight. I like a good fight, so that's not an issue. I'm quite happy to engage in that. But we've actually cooperated in quite a lot of stuff too, and that has helped get things done. So we haven't been a bad old bunch to work with, I suppose. And ultimately, I hope that we've made a difference for the good, all in all, and that come May, that we won't have too long to wait to get an executive operating, that we can get this protocol Brexit stuff out of her hair and actually get on with doing good things in Northern Ireland, which the people want us to do. I think that's ultimately where everybody wants to be. So the sooner we can find some common ground on that particular front, the better. And as I said earlier on, we're a very privileged group of people living where we live. If you look at many other parts of the world, there's much worse outcomes than we have, and we should always be appreciative of the fact. Thank you.
Yeah, well, take it as a compliment that you called us. We're not such a bad old bunch.
Take care.
All the best. Good luck. Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, members. Okay, members. Can you still hear me okay? Okay, members. Okay. Right. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on now. We're running a little bit over because that was a very detailed and comprehensive section of the Minister. We're going to move on to item number 6 on the agenda. We'll have oral evidence from stakeholders, organic production provisional common framework. That's at page 30 of your pack. Copy of the draft organic production provisional framework, and a memo from Nick summarising the key points at page 25. I want to welcome the representatives here. Ms. Maeve Kearney, the Irish Organic Association, Stephen Clarkson, Organic Farmers and Growers Certification Team, David Culmore, Organic SNI, Roger Kerr, Organic Farmers and Growers Certification Team, and David Loughlin, Culmore Organic Farm. I want to just, first of all, thank you for your indulgence and apologise that the last session ran over, so we're very appreciative of you hanging on here. So I'd like to invite you in order to make any opening remarks you have on behalf of your organisation, and perhaps if you want to maybe start off with Maeve and Stephen or Roger, and then we'll go to David, and then members will have some questions after that. So thank you very much for joining us here this morning.
Thanks very much, Declan. My name is Maeve Kearney, so I work for the Irish Organic Association. We're a certification body operating on the island of Ireland for the past 40 years. We certify 23 operators, organic operators in Northern Ireland, and they'd be fairly well split between farmers and processors or traders. Over the past few years, over the past couple of years, we've been engaging actively with the UKOG NI group meetings. So that's the United Kingdom Organic Certification Group Northern Ireland meetings. So we have we've also been attending regular meetings with another working group developing organic standards for Northern Ireland under the new organic regulations. So we are approved as a certification body by both DAFM in the Republic of Ireland and DAERA operating as the competent authority on organics in Northern Ireland. At the moment, we have a standards document, an organic standards document, the Organic Food and Farming Standards in Ireland, which is issued based on the new organic regulations 848, and it's applied to all of our operators across the whole island of Ireland. So although we've only 23 operators in Northern Ireland, we would have about 1,400 in the Republic of Ireland, of which about 1,150 of those are producers or farmers, the rest being processors, retailers, traders, etc. So having looked at the document that was circulated, I can't say we've major significant concerns. The mechanisms seem to be there in place, or at least in progress, namely the Organic Four Nations Working Group, and in particular probably the UK Expert Group on Organic Production, which would be seen to be, I suppose, equivalent to the EU expert group in organic production. So, and they would be the body that would consider a lot of technical issues in terms of organic certification and interpretation issues on organic regulations. So I suppose I've 3 points on the document. One being the divergence, the possibility for divergence. So the framework document allows for divergence, as there will be instances, sorry, I'm quoting from the document here, as there will be instances where it is appropriate for each nation to take a different approach to organics to respond to nation-specific needs. Just in considering that text, there is a potential impact on the GB-NI trade. So a change in the applicable rules or derogations issued to any one devolved nation would have to take into consideration whether the products or produce affected are likely to be traded with other devolved nations, including Northern Ireland. And would goods traded with other devolved nations still retain their organic status? So will it be possible for Northern Ireland operators to import goods that have been produced potentially under derogation in Wales or Scotland or England and still have it imported as organic product? And finally on that one then, would any restrictions need to be put in place regarding where these goods can be traded? So there's a possibility that permission might be given for these goods to be traded into Northern Ireland, but possibly not to the rest of Ireland. So it's just to have those points considered when the discussions on divergence or potential discussions for maybe derogations for specific devolved nations are being discussed. But again, I'm sure that the working group and the expert group will be well aware of these potential issues. The same would apply then in relation to any changes to organic regulations in GB that are applied. So the document refers to retained legislation, so it's retaining the old EU regulations, and if those are going to be changed, will it have any impact on the TCA and the Trade and Cooperation Agreement and possible trade with Northern Ireland, and then the potential onward trade of goods from Northern Ireland to the rest of the island of Ireland? And the final point I have to throw my tuppence worth into is on the issue of a logo, which is it mentions in the document that, and again I'm quoting from the document, the parties will discuss the relevant issues, example, the development of a GB organic logo, GB labelling requirements, etc. in the Four Nations Working Group. So currently there is obviously an EU-wide organic logo, and that's permitted to be used by all operators that are certified under the EU regulations or recognised. So even products produced in GB can carry that EU logo, provided the organic origin, the agricultural origin, is clearly declared as non-EU. So my only concern is that consideration would have to be given to the availability of any new GB organic logo to Northern Ireland operators, that there isn't any kind of unfair advantage or disadvantage. So it's the terminology appropriate in having it as a GB organic logo. So thanks very much. Can't hear you, Declan, sorry.
Dave, can I ask maybe, and we'll come back to questions, can I ask maybe Stephen or Roger maybe to give us...
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Roger Kerr. I'm from Organic Farmers and Growers. I'm the Chief Executive, and I'm also here with my colleague Stephen, who's our Certification Compliance Manager. So we're going to give you a double header from OF&G's position. I'm just from OF&G's general perspective. I'll go through a couple of things, and then Steve's going to give you some examples, from an operational perspective, just so you can get a better sense of the impacts of this. From our perspective, just to put you in the picture, OF&G certify around 130 operators in Northern Ireland, so just over 120 farmers and just less than 10 processors. Most of those are in the poultry sector. Just to give you an indication of where we're coming from. From our perspective, in terms of the document, I think there are two concerns we've got. Some of which mirror Maeve's comments, but I think our concern, or certainly, is that there doesn't appear to be a recognised resolution process in there. It alludes to one, suggests that there's going to be some sort of mechanism there, but I think in the face of there not actually having anything substantiated, I think that does cause us some concerns. Because, as Maeve alluded to, there are a number of ways in which divergence could take place, be it through specific derogations, or if the GB organic regulation were to change significantly, and because Northern Ireland has to certify to 848, then where does that leave Northern Ireland operators, and could certainly put them potentially at a disadvantage? And Steve can go through some examples of that in a moment. I think the other area that we would also like to highlight is that in the document it states that there is a discussion about whether Northern Ireland Competent Authority should sit with DAERA or with DEFRA. We know that DEFRA are struggling in terms of capacity at the moment, but certainly our thoughts are that ideally NICA should stay within DEFRA rather than at DAERA, and the reason for that being that I think we need to ensure that there is continuity, and that DEFRA and DAERA are also fully aware of the implications of any regulatory changes, be it either within 848 or within the UK regulation. And I think if we see a separation of that, then I think then the opportunity for divergence is potentially higher. So those are my thoughts. Steve, do you want to just pick up on some of the practical points?
Yeah, I think Maeve will be acutely aware of a number of these, given that within Northern Ireland it now operates to the EU regulation 2018/848, and as Maeve said, in the rest of the UK we're still operating to the original organic regulation, which is now retained regulation 834. There is significant divergence already in specific areas within those two regulations. From OF&G's point of view, particularly within poultry and pig production, organically, pig production in Northern Ireland is I'm not sure there is any organic pig production in Northern Ireland, but certainly we certify a number of those poultry operators. And we're seeing divergence there. The need for fully organic feed to be given to pig and poultry operators, or animals that are not deemed to be young animals. So previously they would be allowed to use a percentage of non-organic feed. It's a small percentage in terms of 5% of the agricultural ingredients. However, it does have a significant impact on the ability to produce a sound ration for those birds. It also increases the cost of that feed for the animals, whereas in the rest of the UK, in GB, we still have the ability to use that 5% non-organic protein feed for all poultry, and given that a number of those of the livestock products are coming from Northern Ireland to GB to be sold, there's an implication in terms of the cost of production there. And also again in layer production, there has previously been an allowance to use non-organic birds that have been managed to the organic feed and veterinary standards. That has disappeared within 848, and you now have to use either a non-organic day-old animal or bring in pullets that have been managed to the full organic standards. That again in turn increases the cost of production for eggs, for a system that actually predominantly is sold in again to the rest of GB, which is clearly affecting those operators in Northern Ireland, specifically at a time when actually the protein feed is difficult to get hold of, and the issues we're seeing with the Ukraine is making it even more difficult to get hold of grains as well. And I think you discussed that in your previous agenda point, and that clearly is having a major impact on our operators in Northern Ireland. But wider within the regulation, it seems to have a greater emphasis on horizontal legislation and looking at horizontal legislation to work out what our organic operators need to comply with, which adds greater complexity for both the operators and ourselves as control stroke certification bodies. And certainly Maeve alluded to the groups that we all sit on. There has been a significant investment from all CBs that are working in Northern Ireland to bring in line the regulation with 2018-848, not just the regulation, but the paperwork that goes with that, our electronic database systems that have had to be updated. There's a few points. There are a number of kind of divergences, and if GB, DAERA move even further away from and diverge further from 2018-848, that clearly could have significant impact on organic production in Northern Ireland.
Okay. That's you, Stephen? Yeah. And okay. And David, do you want to come in there?
Yeah. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Good. Thank you. First of all, Chairman, I would like to say we appreciate the opportunity to speak to the Agriculture Committee. The organic sector has been the Cinderella of the industry for 25 years, all my time involved in it. I'll just go through a number of points. I did read the document in full, and I have a number of concerns which I will raise now. I already raised them with Nick, so there will be notes of these somewhere. First of all, it's good page 3. It's good to see the four governments working together. You will, of course, appreciate that Northern Ireland is unique in climate, scale, and various other sectors of the organic production. One of our concerns is that there is no infrastructure within DAERA to advise and develop the organic sector. That has been removed. At one stage, I think we had 3 organic advisors. Now we have none. Sometimes when I am looking for advice, I have to speak to some of our Teagasc colleagues, and I believe, and maybe you can keep me right, that there are something like 24 or 26 full-time organic advisors within Teagasc. To me, it's a shocking indictment of our department that we don't have any. I also have some concerns, this is still page 3-4, about DEFRA's expertise in Northern Ireland, and that comes on to the Northern Ireland Competent Authority. And when I asked who that was, nobody, well, we were told it should be DAERA, but to my mind, there's certainly no competent authority within DAERA. I would have some hesitation or worry about DEFRA being our competent authority, because I'm still not sure that they fully understand the difference in Northern Ireland and mainland UK from all the practical points of view. I see again under Article 18 there will be democratic consent. That's actually quite heartening, providing we can be democratic about the thing. A number of other things just to note. Organic policy development on page 17. That obviously policy is always developing and going forward, and that is heartening to see that. Also on page 20, on organic reviews, and again, I think that's vitally important going forward, so that if we do have issues within Northern Ireland, we can raise those and have them reviewed. Page 25. There is Northern Ireland is significantly different than any of the rest of the UK, simply because we have this land border with the Republic. And my question was, and it has already been answered actually, can there be any input from our Republic neighbours, even as observers? But obviously, Maeve is there, and we, as I say, we would strongly welcome that we have input from our neighbours. One or two other bits and pieces, but possibly not relevant for now. On page 33, I just had the question: if the Northern Ireland rules change, then do they change in line with the rest of the UK, or do Northern Ireland rules change separately? And back to what Roger was talking about, we still work under the EU 848 regulation, so possibly Northern Ireland can have rule changes without it affecting the rest of the UK. Just a couple of other notes on what the previous speakers have said, Chairman. I welcome Maeve's input and have no issue with that. Possibly apart from the logo, we obviously still trade within the single European, or within the single market within the EU, and we still haven't been given a definitive answer as to whether we can still fly the EU logo or not, but we have been told to keep using it until we're told not to. Okay. And again, Roger touched on the resolution process, so I won't go any further into that. But as I say, my big fear is who is the Northern Ireland Competent Authority? That would be one question I would like answered. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you for that. Very interesting presentation. I think there's certainly a number of action points that we need, if we can weigh in behind, in terms of the competent authority and the logo, and certainly the fact that that you have to rely on Teagasc in the south for that sort of advice. But I'm going to move around the room here to ask some of my colleagues here who've indicated they want to ask questions. The first one is Claire.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for everybody for being with us. And picked up just on what David was saying there about the organic sector being the Cinderella of the sector. So just on that one, we're very glad to see you here. And I certainly do believe that you hold many of the solutions to the litany of urgent and serious issues that we are facing within the sector. But if there's anything to give you heart, it didn't work out too bad for Cinderella in the end, Stick with it. But I'm also thinking back to what we were just hearing from the Minister just before you came in terms of the impact of being unable to get fertilisers in from Russia. And it's getting me thinking, get your views. That's obviously synthetic fertiliser. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm wondering if there was a move towards more organic fertiliser, manure in particular, could that be a big benefit to us, just in the current context?
I think it has to be, Claire, because you probably understand that organic farmers rely totally on organic manures, which are just animal manures that have been composted for safety, and we can still grow significant quantities of grass. Now we have to base our pastures on clover, and clovers are, if you like, mini engines that produce nitrogen fertilizer from the atmosphere, from nitrogen gas in the atmosphere. So there is a lot, and there always has been a lot that could have been taken from the organic sector and transferred into the conventional sector. And yet there has been the reluctance to do that, simply because of the, and you'll forgive me if I'm become a little controversial here, because of the propaganda sent forth from the big agrochemical companies. They make a huge amount of profit from the sector every year, and they are, to my mind, profiteering at the minute from the situation. I mean, we have heard cases of fertilizer prices being quoted in excess of £900 a tonne. That is nothing short of profiteering, and to me, it's quite sad that our industry, our fellow industry, can be held to ransom in a situation like this, where there's a world crisis, and yet profit seems to be the main driver still with a lot of these. And just a complete aside, the number of pigs in Northern Ireland from last year's census is 633,000.
Thanks very much for that. I did get the figures through in the wee chat, so just to let you know, it's actually grown, because that was a June 21. We were just told in the message there, June 21, the pig census in Northern Ireland was 716,000, so it jumped quite a stark number between June 19 and June 21. So there you go. More pigs to feed, more organic fertilizers needed, please.
I would say one other thing, Claire. We as organic farmers welcome consumers to come onto farm to see what we're doing, because consumers by and large have got very much removed from agriculture and don't understand where their food comes from and what we as farmers do. So our on-farm Culmore Organic Farm, we have embraced renewables. For one, 15 years ago we set up a wind turbine, and 10 years ago we have photovoltaics added. So we are now about 95% self-sufficient in energy, and we export enough energy to run about another 40 homes. So it's something that we personally have done. The other thing that I did on farm in 1994 was I bought a piece of land which we didn't have good access to, and I've planted it in native hardwoods. So we have a beautiful piece of forestry which I'm looking at the minute, almost 30 years old. It sequesters something like 80 plus tons of carbon dioxide annually. And that, along with the carbon sequestration of our soils, is quite a significant carbon sink on organic farms. Just to give you a figure, our soil carbon on organic farms is generally into double figures, 10, 11, 12%. On conventional farms where there's so many chemicals used, it's as low as 1 to 3%. So we have great potential for locking up carbon within the organic sector. And sadly, it's still only little over 1% of Northern Ireland's farmed land.
Roger, did you want to go on that point there? Roger was looking in the same point, was it?
Yes, I was just going to highlight, and I would agree entirely with David, but I think there is a broader issue around the resilience of our food system anyway. And I think we need to be aware that also pesticides are also generated from fossil fuels, as are a number of other things. And I think if Ukraine has taught us anything, we need to ensure that we build a more locally based, more resilient food system. And I think organic, as David's alluded to, we're talking about a closed system where the nutrition and fertility of the soil is built within the farm system itself. So I think it's something that is very pertinent to the current situation and something that we should be considering in terms of moving forward in terms of agricultural policy.
Great. I'm a bit jealous, David, of your view out your window as well. I'm looking out mine, and it's spiky railings and brick walls. So I might take you up on that offer and come for a wee day out to give you a shout after. Can I ask just hopefully it's a quick question, please, time, Chair. When you're telling us that there's no organic, was it advisors within DAERA?
Yeah.
How long has that been, and what's been the impact? And I'm also putting that in the context of the common framework. So is it the responsibility of the DAERA Minister to represent Northern Ireland's interests in the cases of divergence or points of dispute? and what happens then if Northern Ireland has no minister. So if we've got no minister at the table there, if we've got no organic advisors within the department, where are we heading to?
Yeah. Welcome to our pain, Claire. Thank you. To answer your first question, we have had no organic advisors for about 10 years now. And indeed, the last round of rural development funding, where our financial support comes from, we had to take ourselves over to Brussels and fight our corner with DG Agri. We got a very sympathetic hearing, and the department were ultimately told to reinstate the organic conversion process and to give us an organic stewardship scheme, which is a recognition of the environmental benefit of farming organically. And just to give you an idea financially, it's worth to us about £3,500 a year for our organic environmental practices. The organic conversion scheme is vitally important for anybody coming into the sector, because you have to go to become organic. You have to go through a 2-year conversion period where you farm organically without all your artificial inputs, and yet you do not benefit from the premium on organic produce. So the organic conversion scheme is quite good in that it covers the majority of that cost. So there's no financial implication of going organic. And there is an increasing interest in going organic within Northern Ireland, but the infrastructure is not there. If somebody rings the department that says we would like advice on going organic, they phone myself or David McNeil or Roy Little or some of the existing farmers. So we are in essence doing the department's organic work for them, unpaid, I may say.
For free?
Absolutely.
Chair, I think that's something that we seriously need to follow up with the department on. I was unaware of that.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we will definitely follow up on, no question.
Thank you,
Chair. We'll move over now to John Blair.
Thank you, Chair. Can I thank all of the guests here as well for the information they've provided so far. And as you mentioned there, Chairman, a while ago, it's probably going to lead to some questions being raised by the committee. And the question I was going to ask has partly been answered in terms of the department's advisors or lack of advisors. And I was wondering if the group or groups themselves represented here today had been involved in shaping of this policy by the department, and obviously asking from that, if you haven't been, do you think you should be? So I'm guessing the involvement wasn't close given the lack of advisors in the department, but keen to seek clarification around that if possible.
Yeah, I mean, the involvement has generally been through Organic NI, which is the Organic Stakeholder group within Northern Ireland, John. And we have had a limited input simply because there was no interest coming from DAERA, and they weren't even asking the questions. So it has been disappointing for us, but we're a hardy bunch. We believe in what we do. We see the benefits of what we do, and we will continue to do what we do. But it's a shocking situation when we're called in by the permanent secretary. This is a couple back now, and his chief financial officer, and told that the industry should be market led, which I believe all agriculture should be, and that they couldn't justify the ongoing funding for the organic sector. So we were cut off. As I say, we went to Brussels, spoke to a lovely lady called Josephine Ritz-Hoffman, who was chair of DG Agri at that time. And she wrote back to the department, basically said, you can't do this. You're the only area within the EU that has no organic funding, either for conversion or stewardship. So we fought our corner and won grudgingly. But but we haven't been involved very much in the input so far, but okay. we would dearly like to be.
Thank you, David. And you've raised another issue there, or series of questions for the committee, albeit we have a very limited time left in this assembly mandate, as you will know. But this issue of funding and stewardship is crucial in order to promote what you're doing, yeah, and to suit the environment as well. So hopefully either those of us who are here in the committee currently or those who come after us will be able to take some of those matters forward.
Good.
Yeah, and I think also, John, the fact that the Minister still deliberating on a future agricultural policy as well could be a time to get that inserted in. Rosemary? Rosemary?
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Rosemary.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, gentlemen. Just to say, I've had representation from actually one of your producers in relation to the fully organic feed for hens, for chickens. Can you give me an update? Are you telling me that there is actually none of that feed available in Northern Ireland, that 100% organic feed available in Northern Ireland for those birds?
Sorry, I don't think that it's not available. I think currently we're in a unique situation in that there are a number of ingredients that would be used in an organic feed that are in short supply because of the situation in Ukraine. Part of the issue is that there is a limited. Prior to the Ukraine issue, there was a limited availability of suitable protein feeds, which are the essential parts, certainly for poultry diets. But that's obviously been exacerbated with the current situation. And then obviously there's the cost in terms of the increased cost of the feed. When you increase that, you're increasing the higher cost proportion of the feed to be able to balance the diet. So they would be predominantly 60% cereal, wheat, and then the remainder made up of other ingredients and high protein.
Yeah. Okay. So you talked about leave the Ukraine situation out of it. You said that there was a limited availability of suitable protein feed. What was causing that limited availability when it was available in Great Britain?
Well, in Great Britain, they're only required to use 95% organic ingredients, so they can still use the 5% non-organic protein, which you're now not able to use in Northern Ireland due to the new regulation. So that's increased the amount of organic feed that's required in Northern Ireland when it was already limited availability anyway.
Yeah.
Across the whole of Europe. There are complex, long supply chains for bringing in a lot of the ingredients into the EU. And also the trade agreement has also caused issues in that if a product comes into Great Britain, so say a feed ingredient comes into Great Britain, and that's not further processed, it's then not allowed to be exported to Northern Ireland.
That's where I was getting to, yeah. So that's really the issue. So it's to do with the protocol, yeah. That's the issue. Okay. Now the second question I wanted to sort of tease out is: do you foresee any difficulties? If, for example, GB was to change its definitions for the organic producer certification, and Northern Ireland maintain parity with the EU regulations, and what impact could that have on our Northern Ireland producers?
The main impact would be cost, Rosemary, because we already have an increased cost or a cost problem by shipping stuff across from the mainland UK. So we're behind already. We have had the same or probably higher levels of increase in food costs that we import over the past 24 months since the protocol started. Pre-protocol, we were buying organic dairy nuts for £400, well, £3.90 a tonne. We're now up to £605 a tonne. Again, some of that is profiteering, some of it is availability, but it's a major cost to dairy farmers. It can be between 30 and 50% of our fixed costs, and it's obviously something we can't do without. But it has had a major impact for sure, and will continue to do so.
Yeah, and what, for example, what are the consequences of if GB was to change its definition for organic producer certification, and Northern Ireland then had to maintain parity with the EU? Do you foresee problems there, especially if you're going to be sending produce over there?
Certainly, there are potential problems, and maybe some of the certification guys can chip in at this stage. But yes, there are potential problems, not least of all with the trading standards. That we obviously have a higher standard at some stages, and in other areas lower standards. And if those two don't dovetail, then we stand to lose out. That's as simple as that.
Yeah,
I think if you take in the cost of production out, I think at the moment it's unlikely that DAERA would restrict a product coming from Northern Ireland to the rest of GB. There are issues clearly currently, and if the GB regulation changed, there could be more issues with products coming from GB to Northern Ireland. But coming the other way, it's less likely to be an issue. There will clearly be much more complexity. Less so from May's point of view, because she's working to 848 across all of her certification system, whereas the rest of the certification bodies that are operational in GB as well will have two completely different systems that they will have to run, and that clearly increases cost for the GB CBs. And we know that one of those CBs has already said that they will no longer work in Northern Ireland. So the Biodynamic Association have said that they won't be working in Northern Ireland any longer. And that clearly could happen with other CBs if it's more complex and more expensive.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and could we have William?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a place for organic, and I'm not anti-organic. Before I ask this question, I don't want you to think that in the least. I just want to know what percentage of food production in Northern Ireland is grown organic.
It's about 1%, William, marginally over 1%, and it hasn't grown for the last. In fact, it has shrunk over the last 10 years. Again, mainly due to processing infrastructure. Within the milk sector, we're very lucky that Deal Farm have taken it under their wing and regard it as a necessary but pain processing. Just to give you an example, our milk has to run through a clean line first thing in the morning. So after a line has been cleaned the previous night, organic is run. The Deal Farm plant in Pennybridge, because of its size, actually loses about 1,500 litres of milk every time they process, because they must stop bottling once they start pushing the organic milk through with conventional milk. It's just a regulation that may need to be looked at, because on small scale in a big plant, that 1,500 litres probably equates to 4 or 5% of the organic milk going into the plant that is lost.
Then the milk must be lifted separately too, or do you have to deliver it yourselves?
Yeah. No, the milk is lifted separately by Deal Farm, and that is, I mean, they have it well enough planned that they can send out a lorry, and the lorry is filled by the time he has done the circuit. So it's not any more expensive to lift. It simply has to be kept separate.
In relation to the new regulations, and they're all in relation to the protocol, I think it's what I picked up, if I picked it up right.
Yeah.
The bottom line is, like many of us have said, the protocol as it stands is not really workable, and there needs to be ways found to deal with this. We're probably told that we're in a grace period, and the full regulations and the full rigors of the protocol isn't yet with us. Can you see ways around? Is there any simple way around this for you, or can you see?
I don't see a simple way around it, William, and it did cause a lot of concern at the beginning. And I'll just give you one example. There was a pallet of a one-ton pallet of organic food coming in that was supposed to arrive in Larne, but for some strange reason it arrived in Kilkeel. They wouldn't unload it it lost its organic status, which was about £150 for the tonne. It was shipped back to the mainland, had to pick up more TSS paperwork, and ultimately was shipped back here without organic status. So, now that was a harsh lesson, and I'm not sure who picked up the tab for that one, but it was a £400 or £500 tab, but it hasn't happened since. And I do know that the mill that imports the organic meal for us from mainland UK has fairly well streamlined what they're doing. They're able to bring in 26-tonne loads with only a £25 surcharge on that for TSS. So the impact has been minimised simply because the industry had to do it. Otherwise, it was going to cost them and us a fortune.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Okay then, folks. I don't have any other members down here, so I'd like to take the opportunity then to thank you, Maeve, Stephen, David, so the two Davids, and Roger for joining us here this morning. We really, really appreciate that there, and you literally have given us a lot of food for thought here, and certainly you have triggered certainly representation from the committee to the department, and I'm sure individual members will be raising some of these issues before we're struck off the MLA register roll next week whenever the mandate ends. But we'll certainly will get our speaks in. So thanks very much for joining us this morning, and we'll hope to see you again in the future. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chairman.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care now. Bye bye. Okay, members, we're going to move on now swiftly to item number 7 on our agenda today. It's an oral briefing on the Kendall report, independent strategic review of the agri-food industry. And you'll be aware that the DAERA and the Economy Ministers jointly commissioned an independent review of the agri-food industry in April 2021, with Sir Peter Kendall appointed as chair. The review team sought to identify the key challenges facing the sector and to make recommendations to help adapt to the emerging trading environment. And Nick has given us a briefing memo on the review in as a report. It's at page 83. And Sir Peter's full report is page 117 in our pack, and the accompanying summary report at page 86. So I'd like to welcome this morning Sir Peter Kendall, the chair of the review team and member of the Agriculture and Horticulture Development Board, Dr. Jonathan Burney, member of the review team and managing director of Burney Consultancy, and Julie Robinson, partner-in-law at Roy Thorne's Solicitors. And again, we're just running about 15 minutes over schedule, so I want to thank you for your indulgence, for hanging on here for us. And I'd like to invite you maybe to provide an update to the committee, and then members will want to ask questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me? Is that okay?
Yep, 100%.
Okay, brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed for inviting us to I say virtually come meet you and talk through our report. It's crazy times. Look, I'd obviously been to Northern Ireland a few times when I was president of the National Farmers Union for England and Wales. Loved Northern Ireland, loved the passion of the food industry in Northern Ireland. So when the ministers from both DFE and DAERA asked me to lead a short strategic review, it was something that, actually we've got lots going on the farm at home, but it really was an interesting area to look at because there's so much going on. What I did do was try and get them to agree to a team to help me. The one that you haven't got on the screen now is Clive Black, who is an in-house broker for a number of the big retailers. Very good insight into consumer trends, but also how the retailers are reacting to consumer trends, which was important. Julie Robinson, who's on the call, I've worked with for many years, but as a solicitor has a real understanding of a lot of the legal issues, the relationship between farmers, companies, and land management, which was really valuable. And Jonathan Burney and I have worked together as well in the past through his consultancy in Northern Ireland, having somebody who really understood the landscape there, and I mean agricultural landscape rather than landscape in itself, was really valuable to us. So what we did was, we've tried really hard to make sure we had an engagement as wide as possible politically. We wanted to make sure we got and spoke to environmental bodies and camp champions, got out onto farm and met as many people as possible. With farming bodies, although we didn't always agree with some of them, I can think of FFA for one example, who told me we should be doing one thing that seemed quite alien to the conversation you've just been having about market dynamics a moment ago, and lots of people in the food supply chain as well. And wow, we were genuinely blown away by some of the innovation, some of the artisan movement that's going on. Tragically, we were there. I think the week before, Dennis Lynn tragically died from Finnebrogue, and I was at the Food and Drink Awards on Friday night, and really glad they recognised the work that Dennis had done. I think the critical point for us, and I don't want to be too long on this, is the critical point for us that with Brexit, the challenges of climate change and environmental challenges faced in Northern Ireland, if we didn't bite the bullet and make some pretty tough recommendations, I think Northern Irish agri-food, primary production would almost certainly have to step back, shrink a bit, and that would also impact on the processing industry. And we're only too aware of the enormous impact of agri-food on the whole economy of Northern Ireland, how vital it is for jobs. I think 86% of agricultural food processors are outside Belfast City. So really, really important to your economy. So how could we get beneath the skin of the big challenges and try and help them steer an approach for the industry going forward? With Brexit, the trade deals that are going on, there's a real threat that with so much of your produce going into GB, if we do trade deals and that market is swamped, I'll use that word carefully, but if that market is dominated by Australian, New Zealand products, how will that impact in Northern Ireland? The labour issue we know has been a massive one. Investment moving maybe south of the border if different conditions occur between the Republic and Northern Ireland. The climate change emergency, I realise that's been a big ongoing discussion while we've been conducting our review. I'm really, really glad that's been settled now. And of course, the environmental challenges. And I've tried never to beat about the bush. I flew into Northern Ireland last Friday for an event, and you could just see the fields covered brown. And I'm sitting there nervously wondering, as the rain keeps pouring down, and I've been to Northern Ireland when it isn't always raining when I've been there, but the environmental challenges of your very, very productive agriculture is paying a price. The environment's paying a price for it. And we wanted to make sure we dealt with that. On the positive side, there's some really good stuff going on with the DFE's 10x economic strategy, the city growth deals, but also the wider green growth strategy of which DAERA's leading on. So we do think this was a really opportune time to delve into what was happening in Northern Ireland and make some key recommendations. I really just want to fly through them very, very quickly if I could, and then open it up to questions. One thing Clive Black was really keen on with retailers and consumers is how do we get into a position where we have the information about what goes on farms from the moment a calf is born, or even the artificial insemination, right through to that appearing on someone's plate, maybe in Hong Kong or Singapore. How do we make sure we can brag? And this was a phrase I used in our press release. How can we brag with real authority about the traceability, the provenance, the sustainability of Northern Irish produce? And to do that, we put some quite challenging calls for gathering data, making some conditionality between farm policy and collecting data, so that, I've argued for some years, there's absolutely no way we can start the road to net zero unless we really know what's happening on farm. We know what inputs are going on where and how, and the total usage compared to output. So that's really key for us. The other part to try and facilitate these challenges that we articulated, we've seen some really interesting models. I've actually been on an agri-tech meeting this morning in London with DAERA. And how do we try and get a common cause and purpose? And we saw there's a diamond model in the Netherlands. I think they're replicating it as well in Denmark now, where you try and pull together government, civil society, R&D institutions, and the industry to try and agree priorities. And I realise this has caused some controversy, but I really do think engaging with some of those environmental groups, some of the people who've got real challenges and question marks about what we do, so we can drive those priorities, is really key. And again, part of that, the diamond, is to try underneath it to pull the academic and delivery bodies together to have real synergies about who specialises in what. I personally think the net zero challenge is so enormous. We need to stop squabbling about who does what, identify really clear paths and challenges we're going to address, and try and make an agreement about who does that. I already mentioned about the ability to brag about traceability. So the development of a sustainability body was also a key part of our recommendations. One of the challenges for that is we don't want it seen to be just done by the beef and dairy boys, because they're the big bodies. We want it to be owned by the whole industry and make sure that the smaller sectors, horticulture, for example, have a role to play in that. I've already emphasised that our fourth recommendation was to be really ambitious on net zero. I've said I think that's the biggest challenge. We want Northern Ireland to be ambitious on its environmental targets. I talked about challenges between north and south of the border. We know that investment grants are being given in the Republic, that if you're not careful, you'll find investment is sucked south of the border. So we do want to see where people can demonstrate the right environmental outcomes, capital grants for large food businesses. If the food businesses disappear somewhere else, the primary production goes as well. And this is really critical, we think, to your economy, and we were very supportive of that. Talking about trading arrangements, item 7 was trading arrangements beyond GB. That again, if the market's displaced in GB, in England, Wales, Scotland, because of trade deals, how's Northern Ireland through FE going to be prioritising overseas markets, making sure we understand what consumers want, preparing ourselves for that new world? So again, I think that comes back to our point about data, sustainability, making sure we've got a real point of difference that we can brag about in those markets, because we're sure it will come. Tackling skills and labour, that was really hitting the headlines all throughout our report. It continues that the pig sector is having a terrible time. And again, if you want to see sectors relocate out of Northern Ireland, we need to address that. And it was great, I think, that Minister Poots was very supportive of that. Another area we all really buy into is our 9th recommendation around innovation. The whole key to the future of farming, how we deliver food sustainably to net zero, needs massive innovation. And what we've seen lots of really smart work going around on around artisan, around new products and what have you. I think we need some innovation around some really big blue sky products. And I'll give you one example of my trip up to Tally to see the steam energy and how they're stripping the nitrogen out of chicken muck. They're then producing biomethane. They're replacing the peat and other products from Westland's garden ranges, so that they're doing a product there, and they're hopefully going to clean the CO2 up to mean that the CO2 can be used in the killing of chickens in the abattoirs. So innovation that can take the negatives of some of the byproducts of the animal productions going on in Northern Ireland and turn that into helping us address, and boy, has the Ukraine highlighted this more than ever, help us replace the need for inorganic fertilizers, help us replace some of the gas that's coming in. And there was a program on Channel 4 News highlighted last night how Northern Ireland had some of the highest heating costs, or did have the highest costs significantly in the whole of the UK. So innovation and how we drive that is really important. A message for DAERA was driving agricultural policy, particularly around data again, to try and make sure that was conditional. And the last one, and actually I think it's really difficult when you say entice talent and entrepreneurship. I think there is some great talent and great entrepreneurship in Northern Ireland. And I suppose for me, it's part of how do we make farming seen as exciting, innovative, a great place to go and work, because so often it's seen as a bit of an old-fashioned industry. It's a bit of a weekend hobby. Actually, we need this to be put on a pedestal across government, that actually it's a big part of the economy. It's incredibly valuable to wealth creation. But what we do want to see is we want to see the encouragement, the training, the skills, the focus put into that entrepreneurship. So they're very a breakneck pace through, because I know Julie needs to be away by 12:30. So I did want to race through that. Really happy to take any sort of questions you guys want to throw at us. But I'll just say in passing, and reiterate, we think it's really critical that Northern Ireland agriculture, Agri-Food addresses the challenges it's facing now, because if it doesn't, I fear that you'll be producing less and it will have a negative impact on the economy. at a time when we've got all those other uncertainties. Handled well, it can play a really big role in being circular, sustainable systems that play almost a new world, I think, of producing wider societal benefits from that agricultural system you have in place. So very excited and really pleased to have been asked to be involved in the review. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I've just taken over as chair.
Okay.
Declan has its own electricity issues at his home, so if you're happy enough, then if none of the rest of your team need to make opening remarks, we'll just go straight to questions.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, Claire, you're first up.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks very much for the report. I do honestly believe that it's got the potential to be one of the most exciting reports or recommendations, series of recommendations for the sector if we can get this right. But I do want to touch on a few. I know that the report says that for Northern Ireland to sell itself on the back of its sustainability, then plans must be put in place quickly to turn things around, which you were hammering home there, Peter. Completely agree. But when we're thinking of accessing new markets, we're largely looking to the EU. So what kind of direction of travel is the EU taking? And does that mean that we will have to be starting to look at potentially new food labelling standards to reflect sustainability? And I want to then also just say that, particularly given that we have absolutely no independent oversight bodies in Northern Ireland for environment or climate, there are concerns raised around that sustainability body being an industry-led body. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that. I have one more. I know we're pushed for time. I've loads more, and I'm sorry we've got you for such a short time, but I have another one after that.
Okay, so look, first of all, I would probably say no to being focused on EU. Look, I think there's potential. I'm an avid rugby fan, slightly grumpy about the result last weekend. But wherever I go in the world, I see Irish bars. And look, the storytelling that goes along with Ireland, Northern Ireland or Republic of Ireland, just tells me that the world is open for business. And particularly if we're going to see GB market condensed, I would really advocate looking further afield, working with DFE to look at those potential new markets as well. Now, that means we do need to understand, and one of the things we've talked about with DFE is making sure that we do understand those markets, we do understand the requirements for it. So absolutely, I get the need to understand that, but that's something we do want DFE to make sure that scoping work is done so we understand the markets and the demands of it. We were probably challenged by one or two people about the diamond and involving wider society, civil society, if that's not a ghastly phrase, into the diamond to try and set priorities. Now, I do think the diamond should be really, really influential in how everything else that follows. Now, whether the sustainability body pulls in wider engagement, I would certainly recommend it would, because it gains credibility by doing that. Yes, someone's got to pay for it, and there's no new money anywhere, is there, in any politics at this moment in time with all the challenges we see. But one, I would hope that the diamond would set some really ambitious guidance around all these areas that we're looking at. But I hope the sustainability body is confident enough to want to have sustainability champions from outside the industry. Julie, you wanted to just come in and make a point.
I was just going to make the point about the independent oversight, which I think is a really, really good point. And obviously, over our side of the water, we've got the Office for Environmental Protection being set up to try to, in some way, step into that gap that almost the EU had when we were in Europe. The Commission and whatever had. So, but I think we were constrained by trying to almost reduce the multiplicity of bodies that what we could see was that there were many bodies doing different things, and what we're trying to do is through the diamond to sort of create that synergy between the bodies and even have fewer bodies at the end of the process than now. So, but I think that you have mentioned a very important point. Where does that independent oversight come that is out with the sustainability body? And I certainly think it's something that the diamond would probably want to look at. And that I agree. I think there's a gap. There's an obvious gap there.
Thank you. Just hopefully a quick one as well, and I want to mention ammonia, and it's a serious issue for Northern Ireland and within the sector. And I just want to add, just want to ask your thoughts on it. Did you get a picture of the problem here when you were looking into the report? And if so, can you give us any kind of overview on how serious the issue is and how we might address it?
Look, I'll go first, or Julia or Jonathan want to come in and shout. Look, I think we certainly very well aware how serious the problem is. It's why I highlighted the bit 1 for measuring in detail. I think 2 for looking for innovative solutions, because I do come from the position that actually I want to see Northern Ireland succeed. I know how valuable this is to the economy. So how can we use smart solutions to try and resolve this? And that does involve funding for AD, for some smarter solutions for dewatering. And again, a frustration that I would want to share with the committee is that I've seen repeatedly the damage that the RHI, I'm not sure I should use the word scandal, but the RHI fallout has caused the I think, government, assembly, the society to be very wary of engaging in incentivising this stuff. But I really do think there is lots of potential there that can be used to be as a win. And actually, Edwin Poots, in our engagement with him, has been very much up for how does that better behaviour be driven. So yes, we recognise the scale of it. Have I got a magic wand? No, but I do think there are solutions out there that can preserve the production in Northern Ireland. Jonathan, did you?
Things.
Can't hear you, Jonathan.
You can't hear me. Oh, you can hear me now, right? I think it's worth noting a number of things. There is no magic bullet. So what we're actually having to talk about here is that government and society and industry planning and taking steps now to deal with issues that I suppose are just existing and ongoing. I suppose current circumstances also put additional pressure on. So you've got issues around the application of fertiliser. There's going to have to be the replacement of fertiliser with artificial manures, and actually there's a win-win here. So if we get it right, we potentially have something that's really going to drive us forward. What we do have to do, and this is a concern of mine, and I see it in the industry, that we have to be very careful that we don't create a sort of siege mentality in farming that a wide body of the industry thinks we're against them. One of the things I have picked up recently is that most farmers are acknowledging that there is work to do, and that they are extremely keen to do something about it. But yet there's a certain proportion they are feeling very, very got at, and it's actually trying to take the industry with you when we do this. So I would urge a lot of study and a lot of thought around actually solutions that are a win-win, that improve the environmental, keep it safer, but also reduce costs, improve productivity on farm. And there are opportunities to do this, but we need to invest, and we need to actually also, as well as investing in R&D, we need to invest structurally in treatment and technology as well. So there's a lot there. You could spend the whole time just talking about that alone, but the industry's up for it. But we just have to take the minority with us that are still concerned and see the environment as the enemy, and they don't. The majority are really up for this. I don't know, Julie or Peter, I don't know if you want to comment further on that.
I just wanted to say that I think it raises an important point, what you've just said, Jonathan. The solutions in some ways will be technical and science-based and practice-based. But where we had raised with us a gap was on behaviour change among farmers, because in the end, it's farmers that carry out those practices. And we felt that there was probably a research gap, this part of the capacity building for DAERA and the Diamond is what works with farmers, is identifying that what works, what incentivizes, what is it that makes, that makes it happen and makes a farmer want to embrace a particular change in practice. It's not just financial incentive, it's hearts and minds, and it's awareness. We've seen some very good examples of that working with with some of the projects that have been going on the phosphate side, the upper band project, etc. We can see that once farmers understand, they change their practice. But I think there is a research gap on behaviour change among the primary agricultural sector.
Thank you very much. I'd be keen to keep in touch with you and follow up at some stage, but thank you.
Okay, Claire, thank you. John Blair, you're next.
Thank you, Sharon. Can I thank all of those present for the report, the detail in that report, and also the suggestions and the forward vision contained in that report. However, we have one or two problems in Northern Ireland standing where we stand. And for example, the people here presenting to us will know we have already expressed less ambition than other regions in relation to climate action. Just a week ago, this committee was informed that the department DAERA is already not meeting targets on how it collaborates with other departments here in relation to the rollout of green growth, and that appeared as a red flag in the update on the business report of DAERA. So it brings me to, I'm not, I can assure you, being deliberately negative about this. I'll try to be as hopeful as possible at all times. But in relation to the development of a sustainability body, where there might be, it's been mentioned already, competing interests, and also the achievement of the Diamond accreditation, how do we overcome those obstacles of the shortfall that exists already in relation to meeting green growth targets, the competing interests that might evolve in any sustainability body, and also reaching that achievement of accreditation, whether it's Diamond or some other branding?
Look, the one thing that struck me, and I'll repeat it again, is that I do think there's some really innovative farming in Northern Ireland. And for someone who is a practical hands-on farmer, I've had lots of involvement in agricultural politics over the time. I genuinely worried about the politics in Northern Ireland, the what's going on politically, the unsettling, the elections, etc., and how that then impacts on the delivery of our report. So, not for a moment underestimating what goes on. My plea would be twofold. One is that when I was speaking last week again in Northern Ireland, is to say to the industry, you've got to own this. You've got to be really open-minded and grab the nettle, if you like, as Northern Irish Agri-Food PLC, and where if people want us to come in the future and provide some challenge, happy to do that. But actually, with the uncertainty of politics and the whole thing in Ukraine throws so much up in the air about finance, about the money that's going to be available, we really do want the industry to grab this. And despite some people having a go at me, I really do want the industry to grab the nettle of engaging with civil society, the environmental groups, and not shutting the door. So again, in the hands of the industry. And then for the other plea, after saying to the industry, own this, drive it forward, be open-minded as well, is to actually say to the politicians, please, this is such a vital industry that give it the support. It doesn't want to be all controlled by government. I entirely get that. But with the instability, unpredictability of what's going on at this moment in time, allowing the industry to thrive and succeed, it's so important to the economy that, I can't second guess any of the politics, John, that you talk about, but we need to get behind this industry. It matters so much.
Okay, thank you. And the credibility of the industry and the public perception of the industry is referred to a number of times in the report, and I'm grateful for the frankness around that as well. But you'll be aware that in Northern Ireland, the department that sets the policy is also responsible for the policing of the policy. Do you believe that the credibility would be an easier reach if the Independent Environmental Protection Agency previously promised in the new Decade New Approach Agreement was established, implemented, and accessible, visible, and accountable to the public then in terms of environmental governance?
Julie.
So I think in some ways the idea of the diamond that brings together, it's not just DAERA in the diamond, it's DAERA, it's Department for Education, it's all of the, the different teams, it's the energy team in DFE, it's DFE, then we've got the environment groups within civil society, and it comes back to Claire Bailey's question earlier about that independent oversight. But I think it, in a way, if I had to say what the key message for the report was from me, it was about, only connect. It was about disconnectedness. And you've just raised an example of that. But so the diamond is there to actually sort of almost force that connectedness without sitting above the party. So the parties are part of the diamond, and the diamond doesn't sit above as some independent arbiter. But I do see the case for that independent, the enforcement and the rule maker being separate, being separated as a matter of policy. But in a sense, I would just say that is for, in a sense, it's for the diamond to make that work,
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, John. Rosemary?
Good morning, or good afternoon as it is just now. Thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of things I want to ask. In your report, did you do any assessment for the need for investment in perhaps the processing sector here in Northern Ireland? For example, a lot of the milk from our dairy industry goes to the Republic to be processed and then back up. Do you think in your views, perhaps it would be better if we could set up our own processing businesses here in Northern Ireland and perhaps have that encouraged in relation to grants and incentives like there are in the Republic of Ireland or in GB?
Julie, do you want to go first on that, on this occasion?
We did. We looked, Mrs. Barton. We looked at the issue of capital grants because obviously there is that disparity between the Republic and Northern Ireland, and actually we made recommendations that there is a swift rollout of the Agri-Food investment scheme that has been in draft but wasn't rolled out, but that it's in return for processes fulfilling that green growth agenda. That investments need to align with the whether it's the climate crisis, whether it's sustainability, etc. In terms of whether, and I'll pass this to my colleague Jonathan really, because in terms of the question about milk moving to the Republic for processing and whether we couldn't simply have all the processing done in Northern Ireland, because I think it probably needs the man on the ground to be able to answer that.
Jonathan, I think you're muted. Are you, Jonathan, or not? Is somebody muted, Jonathan, or not, remotely? Yeah. Have we got you now, Jonathan?
Got it out. No, sorry, there were a couple of comments actually I wanted even to pick up that had been made earlier on as well. I was trying to get in, but it wasn't there. There's something that's really important about this independence, but there's also something about the I suppose, government and industry working together to measure, because it's one thing at the minute. A lot of farmers are feeling that they want to improve the environment. They want to do a lot of stuff with their production, but at the minute there is no individual measure for an individual farmer. What is their impact? What is the impact on global warming? What's their impact on river quality, air quality. And there is something very important about the Assembly supporting that measurement, which allows the industry to have a base on which individual farms can see the impact of improvements they make. At the moment, it's a bit disheartening. They can make some improvements, but they don't actually know what the impact is. As soon as you reinforce, give positive reinforcement to somebody, you've made that change, you did that, it gives something that they can talk about. The second thing it does, and this is something that will drive as well, the actual retail sector and other customers are really wanting sustainability. And actually, that sort of market influence will also impact very strongly on really where farms go. And if we want to access the highest paying markets, we are, even as an industry, going to need to do that from a commercial perspective as well as a moral one. So there again are shared aims here. Everybody wants to go forward with that, so that's absolutely critical. And I just want to sort of make that point, and that's where the sustainability body comes in. And just on the point of actually an independent, obviously environmental agency, there is obviously a lot of benefit to that. I think some of the intention between putting the two together was to sort of not keep them separate as well. I mean, we all know that this sort of traditional thing has happened in the past of throwing the industry against the environment, and actually both are critical together. If you aren't sustainable as farming environmentally, we're not going forward either. So keeping them together, so there's an argument for keeping these together where people discuss, but I do get the independence of assessment, and there's great work going on at the minute with the likes of Food Futures, with the likes of ArcZero, to really move the industry forward, and particularly Food Futures is engaging with the independent farm assurance schemes to actually be able to prove and demonstrate sustainability, initially in a small way and longer term in a large, and supporting that is critical, because when we can measure it, when we can prove what we've done, we can sell it, it will create incentive. So there's something really important about the Assembly really supporting that. On Julie's comment on cross-border trade and milk and things like that, the truth is, in an ideal world, probably you would want it all in your own backyard and all the rest of it. But the truth is that the market normally rules. And if something can be done more cheaply or more efficiently, and it's not about price. I mean, you might slightly devalue milk by putting it into the south, bring it back. But if the margin is the same or greater with less risk, the market will dictate. So there's always that sort of balance that we have to get between government intervening and market dictating. And again, as Peter commented, we heard that earlier on as we were talking even about the whole organic. There's where do you intervene and where do you leave the market to run? It's a real challenge. But I'll stop there. I'll mute myself.
And how does that fit in then with the challenge of climate change and the milk being transported here, there, and everywhere, and back into Northern Ireland again with the product?
Look, sorry, John, I just go in very quickly. A couple of things. One is, how local do you make local? And I know how far my grain goes from near Cambridge up to Liverpool, up to Manchester, and what have you. My challenge and my chickens I produce also travel a long way. How can we run those lorries picking my chicken up on biomethane, or how do we change their footprint as moving it? I certainly, we had a lot of representation around more processing in Northern Ireland. However, at the moment, the milk is being processed. So are we going to shut down processing in other parts of the island of Ireland? How is that managed? And that's why this needs to be thought about very carefully and done very gradually. And if there's a marketing angle that can be achieved by enhancing the processing in Northern Ireland, as Julie said, linking to some of those investment grants that have some conditionality, link into that green growth, that's really critical. But we shouldn't be, I think, misled that milk is being processed at the moment, and there are other. It could be more environmentally friendly doing it in a plant 10 miles south of the border than doing it 10 miles north of the border, and that's part of the challenge. You heard from what I said in my introduction, Rosemary, that actually I generally want the industry to be producing stuff, to be successful. So we need to do that in an economically rational way. But we did recommend support for the industry, grants available where we can make a difference.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And just one other issue I want to mention to you. You have the farmers in Northern Ireland, England, Wales, and Scotland. They're facing the same threats from Brexit-related trade deals, such as Australia, New Zealand. The importation of this mass low-cost food. Do you think there's any merit in Northern Ireland perhaps working with their partners in GB to develop a branded approach to target new markets?
You're picking some difficult questions, if you don't mind me saying so. I was on a platform last week with Adam Henson, who kept mixing up Ireland with Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. And Adam Henson was enthusing massively about Irish beef and saying why everyone looked out for it the whole time. I think, look, I'm again going to go in my size 10 Wellington boots and completely mess up all the diplomacy that I should use from somebody who looks from the GB market. I think that, and I was watching actually Channel 4 News last night with adverts about tourism on the island of Ireland. I think you're probably better coming to some sort of island of Ireland type branding than you are linking in with GB and some of the downsides. Now, Wales and Scotland have real regional identity. As an English farmer, I know we've struggled like mad. And yes, you get the Southwest gets a bit of identity. Yes, you get, I'm assuming no one on the calls from Yorkshire other than Julie. I get some very vociferous Yorkshire people who tell me why they're special. But I think, I'd rather go back to the point I made earlier on about having data that can really verify what the story is and what the story means and the footprint. Because I think with data, the ability with smartphones and what have you for the future, you better know an awful lot about your product, and we need to brag about it with authority.
Okay, thank
Julie, were you?
I was just going to say, Mrs. Barton, that's one of the points we made quite strongly in our report, was the need for, again, a stepping back. There's lots of work done really to assess where we are now on this, but lots of work needed to step back and see what the connections are that need to be made with the Department for Trade in the UK, with the new Trade and Agriculture Commission, with the Food and Drink Sector Council. That there are representatives on from Northern Ireland, but that actually it's to make sure that Northern Ireland gets the best of both worlds, really, whether it's flying under a GB, UK flag in some way, or whether it's under its own flag or in an all Ireland flag. But what in a sort of micro way, what we said was that there needs to be some analysis on that and on Invest NI's capacity and connections, and whether there needs to be more resource put in to tackle these new markets of the future.
Okay. Thank you. Jonathan, you looking in there?
I was just going to say very quickly, I mean, we've talked to an awful lot of businesses, and to be honest with you, the majority of businesses are saying, whenever you're building a brand, we need to have something to sell. So that brings us back to the measurement. What are the attributes that we can actually sell at the moment? And the challenge at the moment is that, particularly on environmental credentials, we have a long way to go. So there's quite a bit of impetus and genuine feeling from industry that they want to push things forward. On the branding issue, whether it's Irish, whether it's British, to be honest with you, the businesses over here tend to be very agnostic in that. They tend to really just go, well, what is actually going to give us the most margin, and what is going to give us the ability to sell the best? And I think, businesses tend to go was I suppose the economics again, just as a reminder. So I think business will be open to looking at a range of options, and that's certainly what came across to me.
Thank you.
Okay, and Patsy.
Yeah, switched on now. Thanks very much indeed for your presentation today. But if I could just maybe cite Harold Macmillan, you probably know where I'm going, events, nearby events, and the context that we're currently in. Now, I'll throw a couple out for you. I'm sure you're learned people, you've done a lot of research, but there's a couple of things. One is the obvious atrocities in Ukraine, and the intrusion of Russia into Ukraine and the impact of that on grain. And if you're listening in earlier, you'll have heard all that. Now, the thrust would be to either establish grain sources from other parts of the world, or indeed to go to make sure that those countries that can move towards increased self-sufficiency. So that, with the problem associated with fertilizers, that's one thing. So I'd be interested to hear of your thoughts on that, and how, if there's any way of squaring that circle in terms of the local economy, a thrust for more self-sufficiency. Obviously, you'll never arrive at the point of total self-sufficiency, because that's not the way it is. Then the other thing, if we can call it an event, Brexit, and the increase. We know that Britain's policy is to have lower food prices, and it's not agricultural policy, nowhere near agricultural driven in the same way as we would have emphasis for that. So the trade deals that have been knocked off, and that's the only way I can present them, because I don't see anything particularly advantageous economically in them for GB, other than to try and attempt to reduce lower food prices. The impact of those trade deals upon the local economies here, and indeed how you view that, and how you view the economies, particularly the agri-food sector, the sustainability of those agri-food sectors economically as well as environmentally, when faced with the challenges that are being presented with low food, low tariff deals in other parts of the world, if they're attainable in further parts of the world.
Wow, that's a thesis and a half. We could be debate.
Yes,
I spoke when I spoke last week. I think I said my opening comments, and Jonathan was there. I think what's happening in Ukraine is going to be a bigger impact on all our lives than Brexit and COVID combined, and how we reassess our energy dependence in Russia, our relationship with Europe. You mentioned Brexit is your second part of the equation.
Yes.
How does our chest beating as Great Britain, United Kingdom sit alongside all of this, when we have to work with our neighbours around energy and potentially food security as well? So this is an enormous subject. Actually, I go back to thinking, what can we do as farmers? And I do think, and I made that point about gas and heating homes in Northern Ireland, and the demand for gas. What is the potential for all the animal waste and byproducts in Northern Ireland to play a really big role in replacing fertilizer for the farming industry dependency? And I applaud in our report, we applaud the mapping of every single field to know what the nutrient status is, to see where that is needed, where it isn't needed. You might even find Northern Ireland can export nutrient at some point, or some parts of nutrients, which would be really great. You might find that you have a big part to play in displacing imported gas. So I see this, if we get it right, and we have the bold enough ambition, and we're prepared to make the investments, and this goes back to farmers as well being prepared to collaborate and think differently, we can use this changing global dynamic, and if we take the most of the opportunity, great. The second, and so that's the fertilizer, that's the fuel, that's the Ukraine opportunity. The bit about self-sufficiency, I'm a bit of a bore that I studied agricultural economics at university many moons ago, but I do know that just targeting self-sufficiency when you've got a very unpredictable. I know we have a nice maritime climate, but I've seen harvests that have gone in the United Kingdom from 9 million tonnes through to 18 million tonnes. So by having a trading system that allows us to buy and sell product, we used to have more security, I think, when we were part of Europe. So what I've always talked about is productive capacity. So I don't like setting targets for self-sufficiency, but I would want to worry about our productive capacity. I wouldn't want to see land taken out of production on a massive scale. And I do want us to worry about whether production's falling or increasing. But I do think we have potential to increase production. I think we're probably overreacting to go and rip up environmental designated areas. I wouldn't want to see that. I think science, technology can help us develop smarter ways of producing. So food security is a concern, but I don't think self-sufficiency is a purist answer to food security. The point you made about Brexit, and again, we could probably you'd soon pick out my prejudices, I'm afraid, on this subject. Look, I really worried about Brexit and trade deals. More than taking the money away from me as a farmer, the trade deals concern me. Somebody who works heavily within DAERA, Professor Dieter Hellman from Oxford University, says, how do you drive an industry down the road of net zero if we don't have border adjustments for carbon impacts? And I just think the idea is doing trade deals where we're trying to up our game, where we're going to, in inverted commas, revolutionise Northern Irish and British agriculture to be on a road to net zero, and then used to import stuff that has no concern whatsoever, is bonkers. And look, I've got all my money in the world is invested in farming. It will ruin me, bluntly, very, very quickly. So I am concerned about those trade deals. I think you have to dig deeper into Brexit about what the mindset was behind doing it to understand the rationale for some of those trade deals. But I share your concerns on that front, but I wouldn't advocate ploughing up grass under environmental schemes to increase our self-sufficiency.
Okay, thanks very much indeed.
Could I know, Patsy, you all right there?
Yep, thank you.
Right. Claire was looking for a quick one, but it's okay if I jump quickly to William, then come back to Claire, because William has to leave shortly for an audit meeting. William, do you want to come in there?
Yes, Peter has, I suppose, covered some of the question I was going to ask in relation to there's a worldwide shortage of fertilizer at the minute. There's going to be could have ramifications in production, world production of grain, and a lot of right across the world could be affected big time. So, security of supply could be an issue very, very quickly, more than any of us ever realised. It is the UK as a whole, I think, something in the region of 60% sufficient in food. So there could be very quickly an issue in relation to food supply. What's Peter's view on that?
Look, so I think you're talking about the short term. I think where there could be all sorts of complications. Look, I've been out a few evenings doing farming meetings. There's already a massive conversation about optimal fertilizer usage rates and the curve that shows that at a certain price you go to one level, at another price you go to another level. And look, I'm sure you think I live in the land of milk and honey in East Anglia, and we grow enormous yields, fields of wheat that you can walk on. But the days of people enthusiastically talking about 240 kilos of nitrogen a hectare, they're looking at 160. Now that could well knock some of the top off production because people are going to take less risk. All I would say is that I think markets are incredibly good at rationing resources. And I remember being lectured by a very large, verbose American who in a Texan drawl, which I won't try to impersonate, told me, he said, "Peter, the best cure for high prices, boy, is high prices." Was what he told me. So I think markets will respond. I think the dependency on energy and fertilizer from Eastern Europe, particularly Russia, Belarus, we have the potential to displace that in a way that coincides with the climate change journey. So if we do things in a smart way, not only are we not dependent on Russian and Belarus hydrocarbons and minerals, but we can do that through smart biorefining of the byproducts and sometimes primary products in Northern Ireland. So yes, I do worry. Look, as a farmer, I spend a lot of time worrying about this. I keep a lot of chickens, a lot of feed, but I'm hoping that we can act sensibly and people don't go panic buying. I had one of my mates on the phone this morning told me he was putting fertilizer on yesterday. He'd spent £940 a tonne to buy, and he wasn't very happy.
Yeah, I would absolutely. I wouldn't be happy myself either. I was had to do that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, William, all the best. And Jonathan?
I think I was just going to say just very quickly, it's worth noting that I suppose the current situation changes everything and changes nothing. The truth is that we still have to try and produce food as efficiently as we can and as an environmentally friendly a manner as we can. I think this will accelerate some of that because people will look much more closely at their inputs, their management, their soil, and I think that's a good thing. The other side of that is that we must be very, very careful as an assembly and as a country not to rush headlong into something that actually pushes large swathes of the industry out of production as well, without a very careful consideration about what we need as a country in terms of security, food security, economic security, and things like that. So that there is a balance, and what has happened has just really heightened that. But it doesn't change essentially what we have to do. More efficiency and real thought about what we do.
Okay, thank you for that, Jonathan. Okay, and Claire, you're looking in for a final quick one.
Thank you very much. I'm just listening to what's being said, and I'm thinking, when you were carrying out this report, I know that you've done others as well, when you're talking about that regional branding and the regional differences too, I'm wondering, did you come across or identify much disparity between agri-food environmental regulations, in particular on both farm and industry level between NI and GB? And is there anything to consider on that ground?
Julie's my regulation expert.
Thank you. I don't think we did. Okay.
Good.
So I'm going to more or less say I can't really say that was something we, I picked up at all. Probably take up of environment schemes is less at the moment in Northern Ireland than it has been in GB, but in GB there's a big question mark over how much take up there'll be in the future, because it's all about, again, this tension between production and the level of incentivization to take land out of production and for environmental benefits. But basically I can't say that there's anything that stood out.
Yeah, Julie, I wonder if I can come just a wee bit further on that, in terms of we've done some other work for other projects. What we've picked up is differences in enforcement and in attitudes to enforcement. And the countries that tend to have a collaborative approach to identifying issues and then working with farmers to resolve that before jumping straight into prosecution straight away, those ones that have that collaborative approach tend to seem to have better buy-in and better progress. And that's the general sense that we've got, though proving that is very difficult. But there is something around the attitude to enforcement that's really, really key, and that's something that could be explored a bit further.
But I also think, Jonathan, that doesn't necessarily mean that the environmental outputs are better, just on the basis of a collaborative approach in terms of lawmaking and enforcement. That's the real test, is whether actually your outcomes are better.
Yeah, that is definitely right, and the jury's out on that one, but they're certainly no worse.
Interesting. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, then, Sir Peter, Jonathan, and Julie, I want to thank you very much for joining us today, and we hope to hear from you in the future. And thank you very much for all your hard work and for your briefing with us. Okay, and so thank you, folks.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye now.
Take care now. Okay, members, we're going to move on now to item number 8. It's oral evidence from stakeholders, supply chain issues due to the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. Further discussions with the Minister this morning. The committee office has arranged for a number of key stakeholders to join us to discuss their concerns with the local food supply chain as a result of the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. I want to welcome the following: Victor Chestnut from the Ulster Farmers Union, Jill Gallagher from the NI Grain Trade Association, Mike Johnson of Dairy Council, and Deirdre McIver of the NI Pork and Bacon Forum. You're very welcome. And if you want to do open up there, maybe Victor, Jill, and then Mike and Deirdre, and perhaps in that order, if you're content with that, and do open up there, and members will maybe ask a few questions then.
Yes, thanks, Declan, and good afternoon, everybody. I suppose I nearly said good morning there. Thank you. Are you hearing all right?
100%.
Yeah. Look, folks, I heard Patsy saying events steer by events, and events steer by events, and really that is what has hit us in an agriculture industry. I think it's imperative that we keep our farmers farming. We need to do so in farming with the environment and farming with nature. But we are in a crisis situation. We're not about to go into a crisis situation. Yeah, you could say we're not in a war situation, but the effects of that war is affecting right now. We are seeing cash flow impacts here on farms. Fertiliser has trebled the cost it was last year. In many instances, the availability is may not be there. High energy costs and high fuel costs is hitting farmers right away. I just heard from an auctioneer today that store cattle prices had dropped and that drop calves had dropped. So we're in real issues. Our pig industry is in crisis, and I'll not steal Deirdre's thunder, but give the pig industry another couple of months where it is on prices at the minute, and we won't have a pig industry. So these effects are not going to be felt just in 2022. They're going to go on into 2023 and possibly 2024. Where's the answers for it? I think we need some out-of-the-box thinking. We need the middleman to take some responsibility and not to be making profit at this time. They maybe could afford to take a hit. We certainly as farmers can't absorb these costs. The costs on farms are unprecedented levels. There is simply not the room on farm to absorb these costs. It's amazing how quick things change. I just got I saw a report from DAERA this morning. It says shops may run out of milk as dairy farmers hit with soaring bills. And Ash Muradi come up with that one, and he is saying that at the minute that milk prices worldwide are so high that people may be sending milk other whiles, and he says there could be problems in our shops in May or June this year. I'll just read what he says. Dairy farmers have been hammered with soaring bills for everything from fertiliser and animal feed to diesel. There's now concern that they will redirect milk from shops to other markets, which could lead to a drought. Ashish Muradi, the UK boss of Agri-Food, the country's largest dairy, said, all the data I am looking at ways we are likely to have supply problems in May or June. If retailers are willing to stump up what's required, we won't have supply issues. But if that doesn't happen, we may be looking at a 4 or 5% shortfall. Shops could run out of milk. How quickly that could happen in the UK. A month ago, I stood at Stormont and warned about food security, and I did not for 1 minute believe that we would be here as quick. Milk prices in the worldwide has continued to soar. 47.1 pence the milk price indicator is today, and we're getting an average of 34 to 35 pence on farm. We've got to close that gap between those two, and every sector, including the man that's selling his stored cattle, the suckler farmer that's selling his stored cattle, to every sector is going to be affected. So we have a crisis already here, and in crisis times we need crisis responses. We need to look outside the box. I would suggest any nutrients we have in Northern Ireland. For instance, 15% of our chicken litter is exported outside Northern Ireland. Now, we can't expect the like of Moy Park to do away with that unless it's long term. We may need relaxations on the 170 or 250 kilos of nitrogen per hectare to allow us to look outside the box, because if we certainly can't get nutrients brought into Northern Ireland, our crops will reduce. So thanks, Declan, for that opening comment. Thank you.
Right on. Jill, do you want to add there?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Firstly, I think it's important to start by saying that our thoughts are very much with the Ukrainian people right now. the horror of the situation that they find themselves in is absolutely unimaginable and truly, truly heartbreaking. And I know we are all united in the fact that we hope for a swift and peaceful resolution for them. As you will no doubt be aware, Ukraine is known as the breadbasket of Europe. Its phrase has been used a lot recently, and for good reason, because Ukraine accounts for about 15% of global corn exports, and taken together, Ukraine and Russia would be responsible for about 30% of global wheat exports. Northern Ireland doesn't normally source wheat from or barley from Russia, because most does come from the UK, Ireland, and some from mainland Europe as well. But there are other products such as sugar beet pulp pellets, sunflower products, and oilseeds, which are sourced from Russia and Ukraine at different times of the year. What is of most concern right now is the fact that typically at this time of the year, Northern Ireland would be sourcing corn from the Ukraine, because of the fact that other countries, particularly in Canada, where the lakes are frozen, are inaccessible to get corn at this time of year, but hopefully they will be starting to open up. There are no vessels being loaded or allowed to leave the ports in Ukraine, and we sadly have seen the scenes of the destruction to port infrastructure there, which will take a long time to be able to rebuild. Our ability to import corn from alternative regions such as Argentina, Brazil, and the USA is currently limited due to certain feed regulations. So as a result, our local traders are facing major challenges trying to secure alternative supplies from a much reduced pool at a time of peak seasonal demand for feedstuff. In terms of the oilseed market, around 7 million tonnes of sunflower oil has disappeared, along with some Russian-produced soybean oil, and that's placing additional pressure on the remaining vegetable oils, which were already under pressure. Sunflower oil isn't normally used in animal feed. It's generally a product that would be used in food products for human consumption, but it will now likely have to be substituted with other vegetable oils such as rape and soybean, and that will be in direct competition with animal feed. As Victor has already mentioned, another concern of ours is very much the energy side of things, and that's both in terms of compound feed manufacture and also fertilizer production. As we know, Russia is the second largest producer of natural gas globally and the biggest supplier to Europe via pipelines across Ukraine. The fertilizer market is heavily reliant on natural gas for production, and the strengthening energy markets mean that fertilizer prices are unlikely to ease anytime soon. Last autumn, we saw that fertilizer production was actually halted because the energy price was so high it wasn't actually viable to produce. And that left us with low stocks coming into this year. And obviously supplies have tightened even further since the invasion. As you'll be aware, Russia is one of the world's leading producers and exporters of the three main fertilizer nutrients, that being nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash, because it has substantial reserves of those as well as the natural gas. There is some nitrogen of Russian origin that comes into Northern Ireland, but generally speaking, it would be a major supplier mainly to the European market, which we would buy from. So any restrictions in the supply from Russia will obviously lead to shortfalls in supply to the overall market. What I would say on fertilizers, obviously time is very much of the essence. We're now in the spring application period, which is critical in terms of yield. And farmers absolutely need to be able to get fertilizer. Any delay in application could have an impact on yield and fodder stocks going forward. Another part of the market that's important to mention is also the freight side of things. It was already under pressure owing to the legacy of the pandemic and the fact that post the lockdown, there was a substantial economic recovery, which led to exponential demand. But more recently, the sanctions that have been applied to Russian vessels have further tightened the shipping pool, and that has also had an economic impact. As Victor has pointed out, sadly, these issues are not going to be long-term in nature. As we know, input costs have been a challenge since the COVID-19 pandemic began. And sadly, the war does not seem to be likely to end anytime soon, although we hope that these peace talks will be fruitful. Ukraine's ability to harvest their crop and also plant their new crop is in jeopardy because of the lack of fuel, fertilizer, spare parts and labour. And as we know, globally, yields are under threat from fertilizer shortages. Even after the war is over, the damage to that port infrastructure that I mentioned will still take time to rebuild, and that will exacerbate the logistical challenges that already exist. But from the trade's perspective, our number one commitment is trying to secure the supply of raw materials as an absolute priority to maintain production and to be able to safeguard animal health and welfare as a priority. And that's why broadening access to alternative sources of supply by allowing temporary and flexible approach to some of those feed regulations, as is being considered in other countries, would certainly help to expand the supply pool that's available. We also do share those concerns about the impact on input costs at farm level, because ultimately market dynamics will mean, in terms of supply and demand, that whoever is willing to pay for the product will be whoever will be able to secure it. And that, in addition to the rising costs of energy, fuel, transport, and wage inflation, all of which are also part of the cost of manufacturing feed, will be challenging. We know that the pig sector in particular has been under immense pressure over the last 12 months due to weakening markets, increased input costs, and also the reduced slaughter opportunities due to those labour challenges in the processing sector. And whilst the recently announced financial package will hopefully help to alleviate some of the strain on those producers, the ongoing backlog of pigs on farm also needs to be resolved as an absolute priority to allow those farmers be able to access that short-term cash flow relief to help with what lies ahead. And going forward across all sectors, it's also imperative that the market recognises the unavoidable nature of these input costs and delivers a price that is reflective of that. Otherwise, there is a risk of our farm businesses here and their viability, and that would ultimately compromise food security, which none of us want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jill. Could I ask maybe Mike, maybe you want to come in there, and then Deirdre after that?
Thanks very much, Chair. Support everything that Victor and Jill have said. Real problems on farms and indeed throughout the supply chain. For example, just to give you some indication of the difficulties that processors are facing. Energy is the second largest cost on the processors have. Compared to a year ago, energy costs have increased by a factor of about 7. So energy is extremely expensive now, and from a dairy industry point of view, we would be fairly heavy energy users. But the concern amongst our processors, yes, cost of these inputs, but it's about the availability and the uncertainty that there is around the availability, because we know, we've seen from Putin's activities that he has the potential to turn off the tap. And if we start to get into issues of the availability of energy, then we're into a different ballgame altogether here. And the ability to be able to process the milk that's being produced on the farms. Now, hopefully we don't get into that situation, but that's where the concern is lying at the minute within the dairy companies, is the ongoing long-term availability. And it's not just the availability of energy. So, for example, cleaning materials. Now, I suppose one of the benefits of Brexit has been that companies now carry higher stocks of these sorts of materials and the likes of packaging material. So there's a wee bit of a buffer there, but it's not a big buffer, and we could get into difficulties there. Just to give you an idea of the importance of this cleaning material, you cannot run a pasteurization plant for more than 24 hours without having to stop it and clean it. And if you don't stop it and clean it, it's not going to work. So if you don't have those cleaning materials, you're in trouble. So having that ongoing availability of those materials, of the packaging, is absolutely essential. And again, this is where concerns are starting to creep in. There's also an ongoing problem, and it's not just now as a consequence of the Ukraine situation, but it has been there and it's being exacerbated. and that is the availability of containers. One example that I was given that I'll share with you about a month ago was that a Northern Ireland dairy company, had booked a container to send a container loader of dairy products to a country overseas. The Monday before it was to be shipped, it had booked that container at £5,000. 18 months ago, if they were paying £1,200 or £1,500 for that, it would have been considered expensive. On the Monday, the container company phoned up and said, by the way, we've been offered £8,000 for this container. If you want it, that's the price you're going to have to pay. So this is the sort of spiraling costs that companies are having to deal with now on a daily basis. But as I say, from a dairy industry point of view, the real worry is the ongoing availability of energy, packaging and cleaning materials.
Thank you, Mike. And Deirdre, do you want to come in there as well?
Yes, thank you, Declan. Afternoon, everybody. Yeah, again, I would fully endorse what my colleagues have already said, across the crises that the agri-food sector is really facing at this particular moment in time. The committee will have heard from me not that long back since just about the crisis that the pig sector has been sitting in, that has been spiralling for some time now. And I just would like to thank you for your support, which I would have thought has had some bearings upon, the support package that the Minister announced there for 2 million for some of the, spread out across, some of the people that were most badly affected by the overweight pigs and the backlog, etc., which they will work through. So everything is gratefully received, but it doesn't resolve what is a huge ongoing issue. It might help to try and stave some of it off, but we have a huge crisis that we're still staring into. Colleagues have already alluded to the spiralling input costs, which were there. I mean, I'm hearing this morning that and Jill can provide the finer detail on feed costs, that wheat is now spiralling at around £300 a tonne, for the sector. And it shows no sign of abating, and the crisis in the Ukraine will only increase the volatility around these supply chains. As far as the situation around the pork sector is concerned, we've seen food security becoming even greater to the fore, with the thought and conversations from some farmers out there. Some are saying we're having to sell land to try and survive. And, there's not a lot of input. If you have a 2-acre site, that's of additional land that they may have, that they may feel that we need to sell that to try and support our pig venture, to try and keep the business going. But it's just a critical thing when it comes to that, for farmers. But we've spoken about food security being an even greater issue than it has been before. And, the DAERA UK agriculture report has indicated that we're just about 60% self-sufficient in all the food we have produced in 2020. And that's a decline from where it sat at 80% in the 1980s. And I just want to highlight that it's particularly interesting to note that if we're sitting at 60% now, that's just up from a post-war level, which was 50%. So those numbers are quite stark when you read them in that context. And we've been all talking about the growth plans that we have. Like across the UK for British pork, we have a market there with potential, to grow into that sector, which is only about that level of self-sufficiency. But currently, 40% of all the pork available in the UK to buy was produced in the UK. And I'm not talking about the need that we need to look at carcass balance. So therefore, there are products which have to be sold to other markets where they're more, where they have a higher degree of value and are used for human consumption rather than here. But there are also cheap imports then that are coming in here, and that is still happening. And that also is a threat that we're having to try and see off, if you will, in terms of the commitment that there is across the supply chain. I mentioned earlier to you in our previous meetings that labour was still that big issue for the sector, and it still is a growing issue. And this morning I heard, and it's rather hideous given what Jill has particularly said, how we all feel, reflects our opinions on the crisis that's happening in the war in Ukraine. But with the difficulties that there are in accessing people coming in here to work, there have been long-term plans put afoot for the Tier 2 scheme to bring workers in from countries such as the Philippines, etc., further abroad, i.e. outside, the UK, or outside the EU. And we have been successful in bringing some of those into bear. But now, this morning, someone actually drew my attention to the fact that because of the hardening around the whole immigration policy within Westminster, that maybe even some of those plans that were now in foot to get some people across, that would be pushed to the back of the queue, because the need to prioritise visas for the Ukrainian refugees will take priority across that. And I'm not saying that that's not something that should be done, but it's just to highlight that it's another factor that's out there that we're having to absorb in what is a perfect storm of severe issues. The cost of labour have gone up in excess of 30%, and that's in terms of access to labour on farms as well, which continues to bear a huge burden. Victor and Mike have already alluded to the high energy costs, and Mike has talked about the cleaning materials that need to be accessed across the board, in terms of the processing sector. But also I would highlight again the container costs, the freight costs going up, and also the costs of cold storage, which are also linked to the high energy costs. At the moment, we're having, there's just no brokerage for discussions. It's either, well, if you want to keep your product still in the cold store, this is what you have to pay. So there's very little room for negotiation there. It's just adding further to the rising costs that are there. And at the moment, we're seeing here that the cost that is impacting the farmers is hit as much as £40 a pig of the loss in the last quarter alone. And that's the 5th consecutive quarter of losses that we've seen, of continuing staggering losses. And this morning, in fact, I was told that that's more likely now to increase to about £45 of a loss per pig, because of these increasing, the volatility in the markets is such that when they're telling you we're quoting this for price, we're quoting that for the other, yourselves, these things can change on a daily, if not an hourly basis at the moment. It's such is the extent of the crisis that we're facing. We've seen some kind of movement in the increase in the cull sow trade in Europe, which would give us some kind of hope that maybe something is starting to move, but it needs to move a great deal. And the SPP price, it takes a long time for all of these factors to feed through, and discussions are at work with the processors and the retailers to see what we can be done to get the price paid for product into the retail supermarkets to increase that a portion that has to go back to the farm gate, which is good to see that these things are in process, but it takes a long time for that to be brought to bear. And meanwhile, farmers are carrying the pressures of increasingly heavy pigs, because we still have backlogs on farms that have not been cleared. We're trying to do that. The issues around that are still the same. And it's just all adding to the pressure that they have there, the pressure that the industry is facing. And frankly, it's just very disheartening, the conversations you have with people out there in the sector, to say that any of the possibilities that we had for growth, it doesn't look likely that we're going to be fulfilling them, because right now we're doing our best to try and see, can we even survive? Will we have an industry here to move on with? It's just very frightening. I think everyone is aware of the critical nature of the situation that we're in at this particular time. And I know that the EFRA chair has been pressing hard in Westminster, that's Neil Parish, following conversations we've had with him, to see what can be done, to protect the sector, to give, further support for this, because it's something that needs to be looked at. Otherwise, it just simply will not survive, moving on from this. I think that's all I can say, just in a brief summary, just for now. Thank you, Declan.
Thank you very much, Deirdre. Very helpful as always. And thanks for your recognition of the committee's role in lobbying on behalf of the sector as well. We appreciate that. I think that I suppose one of the things I'd like to ask of you is, and we discussed this with the Minister previously, and we actually have written to DAERA as well, because given the fact that we're we supply so much food to Britain as well, that we think there's a big role for DAERA. But Victor said earlier on that we need a crisis response. We spoke to the Minister about it earlier, and he talked about he made a bid for £70 million. But could any of you give me your assessment of what do you think that crisis response should be? What should be that crisis response?
I suppose, look, maybe from a feed sector chair, if I could come in, just what I think. I think the crisis response needs to be multifactorial because there are a lot of different issues at play. It needs to be able to address all the different pressures that are currently there. As I said, in the feed side of things, our priority is trying to maintain supply and access as many available sources of supply as possible. And that's where we could really do with some support in trying to get flexibility on some of the feed regulations that are in place that other countries have given flexibility for because of the crisis. I think another area which would be useful to provide support on is in terms of energy costs and particularly fuel costs as well, which are rising across the board for every sector, every industry, and indeed for all households in Northern Ireland as well. If there's anything that the Treasury or others can do to try and help to bring down the duty on fuel, and certainly what would help us in the agri sector would be the postponement of the implementation of that rebated fuel policy on the 1st of April. And to postpone that implementation urgently would at least give some partial relief on that side of things. There are a couple of other issues that I suppose would be more specific to our sector, and I'm happy to deal with those as well. But I'll maybe hand over to Victor at this stage, who maybe might want to fill in more from his perspective.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Declan, for the question, and thanks for the opportunity today and the work that you do on the DAERA committee. Look, just to back up what Jill has said, especially on that implementation of those red diesel rules that will have an effect on farm, be it feed mills that haven't used red diesel, or indeed after our product leaves, for instance, the wee fridges that run on that lorry, that will all add to the price of our product. But on farm at the minute, Declan, what we are seeing is cash flow issues. Normally, on my own farm, for instance, I got a load of fertiliser, and normally you had your grass well growing. You were maybe the end of April before you paid that. That's in and it's paid for. I'm thankful it's here. The price of it's eye-watering. But you take maybe a smaller hill farmer who normally bought his fertiliser sometime now within the next maybe in the beginning of April, and he normally paid that for that maybe in July or August when he started to sell his first prime lambs. That smaller man possibly hasn't a credit history with the banks. He has now been asked, because of the cost of the fertiliser, the supplier can't stand that cost. So he's now been asked to pay that on delivery. And some of these men just simply haven't the capability to do that. Their energy has cost them more this winter. Their meal has cost them more this winter. Their silage making or putting out their slurry is going to cost them more. And, something has to give somewhere. So even if the product does go up eventually, it takes a while to filter back to that primary producer. But the cash flow issues on that farm are immediate. And, if what that auctioneer told me today is right, that because of the people worrying about the price of fertiliser, not only the price, the availability of fertiliser, they're probably not going to fatten as many cattle. That could affect the cattle trade going forward. That's immediate for that primary producer. That's immediate for that primary producer that sells these animals at this time of the year. And you would know, you're from that rural area, Declan. Many of those guys go out now in the springtime to sell last year's calves. And if this hits and affects the price there, on their added costs for getting a contractor to put their slurry out, put in their round bales or whatever, they're just really going to not be able to stand this. And I know that, that's not to take away that what I did say, that the more intensive a sector you are, the quicker it hits. Some of the poultry industry are on a matrix which feed costs are taken into count on, and sometimes energy, and they're maybe not just so bad. But for these other industries, we have very real issues, immediate issues on farm. And when Minister asked for that money, if money could be found to go out onto farms, that would initially take them over the hump. But the market is going to have to deliver a better price for our produce, otherwise we're all finished. And we need, at this time, more than ever, to keep our supply of food, because we do not want to see humanitarian crises in Egypt, in Africa, and places where they can't get it. It's imperative on us who have the climate during these times to produce that food. Now, environment's still important, and we have to do that sustainably. I'm not suggesting that we don't. We've got to farm with nature. But just because of cash flow issues, to cut back our capability of producing food would be very wrong and humanitarian. When you look at it on humanitarian lenses, because food is going to be needed in the world, never anything more so. As I say, going forward, if some areas in the world don't plant, because you take these areas, say the prairies of Canada or even East Anglia, they haven't got that natural fertiliser that we have in organic manures in Northern Ireland. So isn't it great that we have a large livestock sector? We are in a better place to grow, to keep growing grass, but we still need some artificial fertiliser. So the fact of the matter is that production around the world looks as if it's going to decrease, and food is needed. So we've arrived in this food security page far quicker than I ever thought about. So thanks, Declan.
Declan, maybe could I just jump in there? Just to build on what Jill and Victor has been saying there. There's a here and now issue that Victor has articulated, and the issue of cash flow onto farms. But we need to be approaching this, that it's this isn't something that's going to be solved in 2 or 3 months. This is longer term stuff. And next winter is going to be very expensive because of the costs of producing the feed material, etc., that will be required for the animals next winter. So this is something that we're going to be into next year before, with a bit of fair wind, we start to see any improvements. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, apart from the cost of these inputs, it's about the availability. And I'm hearing anecdotal evidence of, some of the feed manufacturers are having to be maybe cautious a little bit on the amount that they're providing to customers to try and ration. We're obvious. I'm hearing of some farmers that have paid for their fertilizer weeks ago and they haven't even got it yet. So in terms of a crisis response, not only do we need to be looking at a longer term, and we need to be looking at ways in which we can try and mitigate these large increases in costs, but we need to be mindful of the availability, because if we can't get those inputs, it's a different ball game. And I'm just mindful, it's not that many winters ago that there was a fodder crisis, and the department set up a grouping of industry, and we worked together terribly well at that stage, and we managed to overcome the short-term issues of getting fodder onto farms. And I mean, I would hope that there would be some sort of a crisis committee or grouping that would be set up here, involving all facets of industry and DAERA, to look not just at the cost of the inputs, but making sure that in the longer term we are going to have these inputs, and that we can maybe do something around the security of supply in the longer term.
Okay.
Perhaps, sorry, Chair, perhaps if I could just pick up on one of Mike's points there, and I absolutely support him in terms of the fact that availability of supply is critical and is a priority. On the fertiliser side, there are additional challenges at the moment, and those relate to sanctions. Now, I want to be very clear that I am not saying that we do not support those sanctions. We absolutely understand why they are in place. However, what I think it is important to point out is the impact indirectly that they are having on trade. They were primarily put in place to be able to manage or prevent money flows, but they are having an indirect impact on trade. We're aware that there are some individuals with Russian connections that have been linked to some fertilizer businesses in Europe. Some of those companies have now come out and said that those Russian interests have been divested and those individuals no longer hold any ownership in those companies. But the burden of proof is very, very high. And we need a quick resolution to that in order to allow product to flow again. And time is very much of the essence for that because, as I said, we are in the critical spring application period. So again, to make clear, it's not that we are in any way against the sanctions. We just want to point out the implications on trade, and we need a very quick resolution where it has been shown that Russian interests have been divested in those companies so that product can flow again, because that is having another impact on availability of fertiliser.
Yeah, and funny, Jill, just before we move around the room there, I just was reading some of the reports from farmers in the Ukraine. It's actually devastating. You think about it, that they actually can't get out. They're afraid to go out at nights to plant because in case they be attacked by missiles or shot. Because they're normally planting around the year at this time. And that's absolutely, it's mind-boggling to think that that's the situation. But obviously that will have an impact come harvest time as well. And there's going to be a longer term impact there, isn't there?
There is, absolutely. That's the problem. I absolutely feel for the people in Ukraine and what they're going through. They will not be able to harvest or plant their crops, and that's where next year we're going to be in a similar situation again in terms of not having supply from Ukraine. And given their impact on the European market in particular, and the amount of corn and wheat that they supply, that is going to have a longer-term effect, and the market will have to realign to that reduced supply. And that's where availability and cost will be absolutely to the fore.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, there's a few members have asked, want to ask a question here. I'm going to go straight to John Blair. John, you might have to leave. John, do you want to come in there?
Yeah, sure. I'd indicated I've been happy enough of you to raise this. The representatives will know, and you've alluded to it already, some of this was raised with the Minister earlier. Keen to make progress as quickly as possible and to bring some reassurance, if it's possible, to people. And members here will also know that there's only one more meeting of this committee before the Assembly dissolves. And for that reason, I'm going to suggest, Chair, possibly as much for the committee as the representatives, would it be possible that as a result of today's representations in this meeting that we seek an update on likely support, what the timeline of that support might be, and inform those appearing here today in writing, as following next week there'll be very little opportunity to pursue any of this.
Yeah, I think the committee will agree with that. Thank you, John. Who've we got? Claire? Claire?
Thanks, Chair. Yep, that's us now. Thanks, Chair. And first of all, I think it's really encouraging, I have to say, to see a gender balanced panel. So thanks for that. And I think the Chair also touched on, what Victor has said, that he didn't believe that we would see a crisis as quickly as we have, and that we are in a crisis and therefore need a crisis response. It's almost like the language needed around the climate crisis, but for the sector. And of course then the issues on top of all that from the Brexit fallout. So just maybe it's not the old slogan that was put out, that Claire Bailey's hands off our future, what was needed, but an urgent response and focus on building resilience from within the sector that's really needed. I suppose with that in mind, Jill, I was listening to what you were saying about the majority of your grain coming from GB and Ireland, and that we're limited in trade with North and South America because of trade standards. When we had the Minister in this morning, I was asking him then who our other big trade import bodies or countries were for the sector, and he identified then North and South America as well as Europe. So would that not be the case then for the grain sector?
Thank you very much for that question. We do source some of our raw materials from North and South America, absolutely. But there are other raw materials that we are not able to source as readily because of some of the feed regulations that are in place. And that is specifically relates to corn. And that's where we are hoping to work with the department to try and secure the same flexibility as other countries have provided, given the crisis that we're in currently.
Great, thank you. And I suppose we spoke then as well this morning to organic representatives, and they were telling us then that DAERA don't have any organic advisors in the department at all. So I'm wondering, do you have any in your respective organisations, and what kind of supports would be needed to encourage farmers to perhaps move away from synthetic fertilizers and towards more organic fertilizers or manure?
Yeah, sorry. Who's going on? Thanks, Claire. I'll maybe take that one. Yeah. Look, farmers are on a path of making better use of their organic manure. In fact, this here this crisis will further that on. But the fact of the matter is that organics and a lot of the organic feed that was needed, and a lot of the parts of the organic feed that was needed to feed our livestock during our long winters here in this northerly part of the hemisphere came from Ukraine. It was the biggest importer or exporter of that organic material. So our organic sector is really affected by this crisis. Look, more uses of clovers and nitrogen fixing stuff has been looked at. This will increase that look. But the fact of the matter is, if you sow clover in your ground this year, you've got to get the lime content up. That soil sampling is very important, and we're already doing it. But we need to really get our lime pH balance right before you start down clovers and organics and mixed species swards and that. But if you sow those this year, it's really next year before they have the effect. So this will, bring that technology a bit more speeded up because of the price of fertilizer and indeed the availability. But organics, purely organics, I think probably will struggle more so now because of that lack of product coming out of Ukraine to feed them throughout the winter. And in a time of food security, maybe it's the time to, while we've got to farm sustainably, I'd be the first to say that, and the less of these inputs you need to bring into the farm, the better, and the better for yourselves. And I'm just sitting upstairs, and there's a crowd of farmers in here on a silage competition winners, and I was saying to them they need to get out to their peers because we need to make better quality forage, the stuff we have of our own to reduce our effects on that impact. In fact, if you cut your silage more often, you use less fertilizer and you have higher protein within your grass at a younger grass, cutting at a younger stage. So there's things we can do as an industry and are doing and are learning all the time. But the speed of this crisis is, we're not going to be able to feed the world on organics. 50% of the world would starve if they were purely on organics. So organics isn't the answer, is what I would say. It's part of the thing to help us less reliance on imports, because the same story as would happen if we needed to import all our food. It's becoming less and less secure to farm totally relying on imports.
Yeah, I would echo Victor's comments there, just in terms of the organic feed side of things. A lot of the organic feed, sunflower and soya, would be coming from the Ukraine, and obviously that's going to become a challenge now in order to secure that supply. The organic sector may actually have to look for some kind of a derogation because the supplies just aren't available. The challenge with being able to grow those types of high quality protein products in Northern Ireland are the fact that we simply don't have the weather here. We don't have the soil type. We just aren't able to grow that quality of protein that is needed. And that is the reason that we have to import from other countries. It's the same in South America. The reason that we have to import certain proteins from there is because they have the climate and the ability to grow the quality that is needed for the diets for our livestock. So I absolutely appreciate what you're saying in terms of trying to increase our resilience in Northern Ireland. But it isn't that straightforward whenever we are limited by some of our natural resources that we have here. There absolutely will be more of a drive this year to make better use of nutrients from manures and slurries, which is absolutely to be welcomed. But at the same time, crops do require a balanced fertiliser, and that is something that is needed in terms of mineral to get the yields that are required. So it unfortunately is not that straightforward.
That's great. Thank you very much.
And Rosemary?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for your presentations. A couple of questions. Jill, if I can start with you. You spoke about you needed more flexibility. You asked for more flexibility to be built into the feedstuff regulations that are in place at the moment. Can you tell me exactly what you mean by that?
Yes, no problem at all, Rosemary. Thank you for your question. I suppose there are two elements which our counterparts in Europe have been asking for as well.
Yeah.
The first thing is in terms of plant protection product residues. There are certain tolerance levels that would be called maximum residue limits that apply to those whenever you're bringing in grain. And some of the grain that we would be bringing in, there would be food grade MRLs applied, even though it is a feed product. And we would be seeking flexibility on that on a temporary basis. The European Commission held a meeting on Friday with member states, and at that meeting they suggested that there could be a possibility of national member states implementing their own MRL flexibility, provided that it's based on EFSA assessments, so it's completely safe. You can't do anything if the EFSA assessment says it's not safe. So that would absolutely guarantee the integrity of the food chain, which is our number one priority. But that certainly would help, in particularly to open up the Argentine corn market for us. And we would very much welcome more discussions with the Department of Agriculture on that and how we can maybe do something at Northern Ireland level. The other issue is in terms of GM events. And in Europe, again, what has been looked at there is the approval of stacked GM events, whereby if one part has been approved but not the whole, that it would be taken as a stacked event. And again, that would be something that we would be very much supportive of, that would give us more flexibility to source from other regions, the likes of North America as well, in relation to corn in particular. So those would be the two specific things on the feed regulations that would certainly help us.
Yeah, so in other words, those are specific to Northern Ireland. It's not unnecessary in GB.
In GB,
because of our situation with the protocol, that's why I'm asking that.
Well, in GB, they are also asking for the same in terms of GM as well, and actually they are further behind in the GM application process. And one of the things that our counterparts in AIC have been calling on is that the FSA speed up their approval of GM approvals that have already been given at European level, as well as these stacked events. So it would be a similar issue in the UK as well.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Jill, for that. And Victor, the last question I have is for you. Victor, last question I have for you. You talked about the loss of confidence in the animal market there yesterday in relation to store animals. I have had several, I suppose you could describe them as small part-time contractors. They obviously have a smaller holding, and then during the daytime do contract work out with other farmers. Victor, there's a huge problem. They're having a huge problem, and that is with the rise of fuel, the price of fuel for those people, because they have their concern is they're going to have to charge higher for their services. The farmer may have to wait longer for their income to come in, and there's a financial difficulty building in here very, very quickly. I spoke to the Minister earlier on about it. We had a meeting with the Minister earlier this morning, and he said, yes, they could perhaps sort out the farmer, support them to a small degree. But I feel that these part-time contractors also need support. And I'm wondering what your comments on that would be, Victor.
Yeah, well, firstly, I totally agree with you. This is what I was talking about, this cash flow issue. But I think if we could sort out the farm gate, then that would flow up the tree to that small-time contractor. I was speaking to a contractor who worked with 2 round balers, and area is 33 years old. He has no land. He rents land to keep supper or cows. The price of fertiliser was going up. The price of his meal was going up. He was right at the top of his game. He knows his costings. He is actually considering selling one of his round baler outfits. Simply, he says, there'll be people out there that want to employ me to do work, and they will want to pay me, but they will simply not have the means.
Yeah.
I said, I need those machines that are in repayments. He says, I'm going to be the one that's hanging out to dry.
Yeah.
But, he suggested that he would cut his capabilities in half, and he would only go to the guys he knew that maybe had another job or a better job that could subsidise that to pay him. But that's an awful situation where a contractor's talking about letting down good, honest people that want to pay but just simply haven't the ability to pay. So that's why this cash flow issue is immediate. And, but I do think if you get the money in at the bottom level immediately, and we get our supply chain to realise that unfortunately food's going to be dear, and the rise we need at farm gate isn't the same rise as needed at retail. And I go over and over that because people think, oh, if you have to go up a quarter, say, in your price at farm gate, that's a quarter higher food prices. It isn't. In some cases, it can be very little. For instance, I go back a few years in my role where I met a vegetable farmer who was growing turnips, and he was getting them very tight. The supermarkets were giving him 8 pence for a turnip, for each turnip. The cheapest place you could buy one of his turnips was 80 pence, and the dearest place was £1.12. He was needing 4 pence extra at that time. Now, would that have been seen if it was in the final product, if it was reached back? And quite often I think that could have been actually absorbed by that middleman. And that's why I said the middleman in this crisis could have some room to absorb some of those costs. But certainly the farmer can't absorb them. They're at the end. So we have that immediate cash flow issue that we could do with getting over, and then we need to get it out of our supply chain. We can't expect government to keep funding us going forward and going forward and going forward. We need to get that price up. And, people will be foolhardy if they don't give it. You saw what I said there about the DAERA chairman. If they don't give it, the milk's worth more elsewhere. So we're going to run into supply issues. So availability, price is now secondary. Availability is the main thing. It's keeping those shelves in our supermarkets stocked with food for our own people here in the UK, and indeed UK and Ireland, is the main thing. So that little bit extra we need for our price doesn't translate into as big a rise at the end consumer as it seems. So look, immediately we need to sort out the cash flow issue, and then long term we need to get our supermarkets and our processors to realise that they just have to simply pass this extra cost on through to the consumer. It's a difficult message because consumers are squeezed. I know that, but there's no handy way around it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay then. Well, folks, I've no other members down asked any questions, and I want to thank you, Jill, Deirdre, Mike, and Victor, for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us this afternoon to give your briefing and give wide-ranging and appreciative answers to the questions, and to help us in our scrutiny of this and help us inform us what we can do as a committee to try to back you and back the sector as well. So thanks very much for joining us, and This is our penultimate meeting, so these particular members mightn't be seeing you again in the committee, but sure, and no doubt you'll be in front of the committee at some stage in the future, anyhow, in the new mandate. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your engagement over the past. Thank you.
No problem. Take care now. Thank you now. Okay, members, we're moving on now to item number 9 on our agenda. It's a written briefing, DAERA, the UK Marine Strategy, part 3, Programme of Measures, Summary Responses. You'll recall that DAERA, on behalf of the devolved institutions, issued a UK-wide consultation on a marine strategy, Part 3. The draft strategy forms part of the UK's government's drive to have good environmental status for its seas up to 2027. Consultation closed on the 29th of November, and the Department has now provided summary of responses at page 223 of your pack. All 16 responses to the consultation considered that the measures will be insufficient to achieve and maintain good environmental status, and DAERA, along with DAERA, has committed to engaging the stakeholders to address the issues before the updated programme of measures is published in June 2022. Members want to, perhaps you want to just read over that and maybe send in some comments to Nick, or if there's anything you want to raise now, that's dead on, whatever suits you. Okay. So we'll note it, and if there's anything you want to send in, please send in to Nick when he closes play. Okay, members, item number 10, written briefing, waste fees and charges amendment regulations NI 2022. It's page 242 of your pack is written briefing from the department in respect of the waste fees and charges amendment regulations, which is subject to the negative resolution procedure. The department has requested that we consider these regulations today with a view to having them laid in the business office on Friday the 18th of March. The regulations update the fees which may be charged by NIEA to cover its costs in relation to the registration of brokers, dealers and carriers of waste. The members happily write to the department advising them to proceed to the regulations. Okay. Okay, members, item 25 then. Item 11 is correspondence. It's page 270 of your pack. It's correspondence between the committee and the department in respect to the minister's instruction to halt SPS checks at ports of entry. The department has confirmed that it is assessing all options in terms of contingency arrangements should the instruction be followed through. The department also advises that the full judicial review hearing has now been scheduled for either the 4th or 5th of May. Members, page 297 of your packs, you'll see the department's response to our questions about the operation of the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. The department advised the UK government published its pre-launch guidance for the fund on the 2nd of February and is facilitating webinars with stakeholders in advance of issuing guidance later in the spring. The UK government is considering the development of an NI investment plan, which will be overseen by the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities. DAERA is actively engaged in working groups hosted by the Department of Finance, which is a conduit for discussions with HM Treasury in respect to the fund. At present, there's no indication of when the fund will be open for applications. In terms of, I'm going to ask if you have any points that you want to put in, but if you don't mind, there's something that I just want to raise, and the members will be aware that the Community Renewal Fund is effectively like a pilot for the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, and it was effectively implemented over the head of the local executive here. So I'm just concerned that if there's any new UK Shared Prosperity Fund coming in, what would be the role of the local structures here, the local assembly, the executive, the councils? Where will the leader approach, the community approach fit into all this here? Because I know that's been overseen by the department in the Levelling Up Housing and Community. So that would be something, if members are okay, that I would like to get some sort of clarity on as to, so this isn't done completely over the heads of the structures here. Okay. If members anything else you can add it in there, or you can contact Nick about, if that's okay. Okay, members, page 299 in our pack, the department has issued a response to our questions on the organic egg sector and has advised that it has formally raised concerns about divergences in organic policy via the common framework structures, that DAERA recognises the difficulties and the issue is being considered as part of the overall discussions on the impact of the protocol. Cabinet Office has advised that there is no established process for the North to seek a derogation in respect of EU regulations, and the Cabinet Office can seek to raise such issues on our behalf. Remember any points?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Chair,
Rosemary, go ahead.
could I come in? It was actually me that raised that
That's right.
organic egg sector issue.
You did.
And I raised it in December, but we're getting there with answers or non-answers, as it appears to be. It's disappointing, that those people, and you heard it just earlier on in the evidence that was given earlier on today in relation to the organic egg sector, that these people are working hard and they're having such difficulty in trying to survive because they cannot get the foodstuff that is necessary for their hens, for their produce to be described as the organic egg sector. And I think this is a real problem we have. And there doesn't seem to be any answer to it, or a reluctance to try and recognise it and sort it out.
Do you want maybe Rosemary to pick up on maybe further correspondence in this matter, or what are you again? Nick?
Chair.
Nick?
Yeah.
Nick?
Chair, can I, Chair, if I may suggest, I suppose it's following up on the stakeholder evidence we took earlier on from the organic stakeholders. By way of suggestion, I had intended to draft a position paper on the organic production common framework and bring that to the attention for the committee next week with a view to publication. And I would suggest that we could perhaps outline formally in writing the concerns that were highlighted both in the session and indeed just been reflected there. And that would be a way of formally documenting the committee concerns and recommendations to DAERA in order to try to alleviate the issues.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
That's good. Nick, I also just reflecting back briefly on that very welcome and wide-ranging stakeholder engagement there. Like I just quick note, like to me, there's issues that were picked up there which can be picked up. Like there's DEFRA, there's DAERA, there's the Home Office, there's Treasury, and there's also the banks as well. I think there's a whole host of issues there which were raised during that stakeholder session, and possibly for the grocery code adjudicator as well, because retailers came very much into the fray as well, So I think there's a wide-ranging set of issues that were raised there. If we could maybe come back with something for next week, that'd be right.
Chair, is that in respect of the discussion with the Agri-Food representative?
Yeah, I should have said that at the time, yeah.
Chair, yes, indeed. I suppose I was taking a note of the wide range of issues that were highlighted, and I do appreciate that they're all very wide ranging. And I would perhaps suggest that the committee had agreed to write to DAERA to seek clarity on the potential timescales for the outworkings of the £70 million application bid. But perhaps as a suggestion, within that, we could highlight the full range of issues that were raised as a potential means of addressing it, and seek both DAERA and indeed DEFRA's engagement to take those forward, if that would be agreeable.
Yeah,
certainly.
There's the Home Office issue as well with the labour, particularly by the pork sector there.
Chair, yes, indeed. I've got that noted as one of the contextual issues.
Yeah. Okay. Remember, it's okay that we action the remainder of the correspondence suggested in the index page.
Chair, can I just add a wee piece on that?
Right, go ahead.
Just very cognizant of time's running out on us today, but I know that next week will be our final one. Is there any way, Nick, that you will be able to let us know how many outstanding correspondence between the committee and the department there are before we wrap up, and what they are?
Chair, yes.
I'm just paying attention to what Rosemary's just said there. That we wrote back at Christmas about the organic eggs issue, and we're getting a response today. So how many other issues have we written to the department on that we have still to receive a response on?
Chair, yes, Claire, very happy to do that. I have been in contact with colleagues at the department this week to ensure that any outstanding issues are expedited and brought forward to the committee before the meeting next week. But we do obviously internally track our correspondence, and I'm happy to give a stock take of that next week as to what is outstanding.
Grand, and I'm just asking just a question. So when we go into, when the Assembly is dissolved and we're into PERDA, do communication stop? Is that it?
Yeah, effectively, yes. Come the end of the mandate, the formal process of the current committee ceases to function, and therefore any correspondence which comes in will therefore be held by the committee team. However, though the individuals or departments sending that correspondence will be notified that will need to be held over for the new committee, or indeed resent whenever the new committee is formed.
So the minister stays in place, but the committee's gone? So the minister will still be the minister of the department?
Correct. Up until the minister will continue in his position up until the evening before the election, but the committee will not have activity or act following next Friday.
Thanks.
Okay. Next issues as well. Just when I was thinking there, reflecting back on the stakeholder event, there was the issue of the processors and the stakeholder and the big supermarkets as well. That frequently come up as well. So I think that we do make representation or somewhere in order to highlight those concerns, because they're a wide ranging and they're multifaceted. Okay, members, M12 Forward Work Programme is at page 309 of the packs. Happy enough with the Forward Work Programme. Only have one more meeting left, so and members, do you want to our business? Okay. Nope. Okay, members, the final committee meeting of the mandate will take place next Thursday at 10 a.m. and it'll be a hybrid meeting streamed on the Assembly website. So basically that's it. 10 a.m. next Thursday. If any of you are available in person, might be good to meet in person again for one last get together. If you are about and feel comfortable with that. So
yep.
Okay. Well, come here. Good luck to you, and see us all again next week. And thanks to anybody and everybody who has been tuned in listening to the proceedings this morning and afternoon. Okay, and take care, folks. See you all next week.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Good luck now. Bye bye.